we refer to mitochondrial health and activity. If for some reason mitochondria is not doing okay, the fuel burning is not happening. The fuel burning is not happening, fuel will rise in the blood. Okay. So simply put, diabetes, blood sugar is high in case of type 2 diabetes because mitochondria is not optimally able to burn the fuel. It's just like a car engine. You have fuel in the tank, but your engine is not able to consume that. It's just lying there. If you make your engine better, your mitochondria better, you consume the fuel, the glucose, into energy, and your fuel will drop down. Okay. If I eat something, that something has to turn into glucose, then turn into energy. That conversion of glucose or fat or protein into energy is called metabolism. That process is happening in the mitochondria. This is how the primary function of energy production in the body. So if somebody with type 2 diabetes, by definition, type 2 diabetes means relatively okay. Pancreas can produce enough insulin for management of the sugars, but metabolic activity is compromised. So type 2 diabetes, pancreas is okay. Metabolic activity, which is the mitochondria, is not okay. Fair? So anybody can summarize what I said? Huh. Huh. No, we are not producing. It is rising because we are consuming more. But consumption not leading to energy production. Engine is compromised. It's as simple as that. Just like take an example of a car. You have fuel tank, you have an engine. For some reason, there is kachara in the engine. It's not giving enough performance, not converting the fuel into energy. So anybody with diabetes, they feel low on energy. Even the sugar is high. Sugar is high, they're feeling low because they're not converting that sugar or fuel into energy. That is what we call metabolic dysfunction. We are clear on that? It's very simple. But if we understand this basic concept, then all the rest of the things fall into line. Now, this same metabolism you can connect to liver, you can connect to thyroid, you can connect to any part of the problem. If you understand this basic mechanism. Okay, are we clear? Okay. Now, if somebody gets engine failure, the metabolic dysfunction is happening. What is causing that dysfunction? Engine will not work. In naturopathy, we do all the right things to make the engine work. Sorry? Inflammation can cause damage to the engine. Okay, so we can test the inflammation and we can find out what is causing that inflammation and we can work on that. What else causing the metabolic dysfunction? I want discussion. All of you has to participate. Okay, anything you understand, just say something. Oxidative stress. So what do we mean by oxidative stress? There's more. Sorry. Sorry. Free radicals. What is producing those free radicals? Metabolism, byproduct of the metabolism itself will produce radicals which can be damaging, or some toxins being produced from the gut by the infections, or heavy metals are there, or we are drinking water which is itself in nature which is acidic to the body. Body pH is 7.3 to 7.4. RO water is interestingly is alkaline as per the pH meter, which is more than 7, but it may be less than the pH of the body. Now, basically means anything which is oxidizing or alkalinizing means either it takes my electrons or I have to donate, it gives me electrons. If I drink alkaline water, it gives me electrons. If I drink less pH water, it takes away my electron. It becomes oxidizing for me. Is that clear? So if we drink water less than 7.3 pH or 7.4 pH, which is typically RO water without processing, the water that is coming from the RO system is acidic in nature in relation to the human body. It may be alkaline based on the meter, pH meter will say. Okay, so inflammation can cause damage to the mitochondria. Oxidative stress can cause damage to the mitochondria. What else? Hormonal imbalance. Okay, like Anji? Sorry? Cortisol. How will cortisol increase blood sugar? See, cortisol is a stress hormone. If I am frightened, I am under stress, it is my body's responsibility to increase my fuel as a mechanism to protect myself. When I'm stressed, I'm in anxiety, my cortisol will go high and my sugar as a consequence will go high. It's like if I put more fuel on the machine can only consume as much as it can consume. Just because we're dumping more fuel does not mean. So stress leading to high cortisol, leading to high blood sugars, more burden on the engine will lead to metabolic dysfunction. What else? Okay, what do we do in naturopathy? First, if a person comes to us, what are the few things that we are trying to do to start with? Detoxification. Correct. Right, sir. Correct, sir. So, beautifully, sir said, we first want to manage the sleep. Now, it's a constant phenomenon in the body. We metabolize, we repair. We metabolize, we repair. If I don't sleep well, I don't repair. I don't repair, I run on faulty engines. I will get diabetes. If my sleep is not good, I don't repair, I get poor engine and poor metabolism and my diabetes will happen. If my gut is bad, which means I don't digest well or my gut is making toxins which are toxifying the engine, the mitochondria, I will have problems. Okay. So toxins themselves, like microplastics, heavy metals, all of them just like carbon particles in the car engine, they will go deposited. There's something called ATPase motor in the mitochondria. There's a spinning motor in the mitochondria. And if these particles go settle in there, it can break off the engine. ATPase motor will break off, engine will break off, and your dysfunction will happen. So not having good sleep according to the sun. A lot of people are saying you can sleep anytime, you just need 8 hours sleep. No, sleeping at the right time is important. Having good digestive system is important for the mitochondria. Having good microbiome is important for the mitochondria. Our body has to be toxic free. These toxins can be heavy metals, can be microplastics, can be pesticides, can be chemicals, whatever, we have to clean them out. Okay. Then if toxins are there, infections are there, they will increase the oxidative stress, they will increase the inflammation, all of that will affect the mitochondria, thereby blood sugar will go up. Okay. If somebody starts eating too much food, see, one thing we have to understand, every cell has 5,000 to 12,000 mitochondria. Every cell has 5,000 to 12,000 mitochondria. Now, as we are aging, up to the 22 age, this number can improve. That is, we are getting youthness. Now, after that, aging starts. I am 42, I cannot have the same number of mitochondria that somebody with 22 age. But if I want to eat the same food that my 20-year-old fella is eating, my mitochondria is lost comparatively. I cannot metabolize the same amount of glucose that my younger body could have metabolized. So simply eating too much itself can cause metabolic dysfunction. Okay. So stress can cause the problem, food can cause the problem, too much carbohydrates can cause the problem, too much sugars can cause the problem, infections can cause the problem, toxins can cause the problem. And when the mitochondria becomes poor, then the cell will develop something called resistance of insulin. You must have heard about resistance of insulin. Okay. So diabetes type 2 is because of the resistance of insulin. Why the resistance? Because machinery has gone poor. It cannot anymore metabolize the amount that we want it to metabolize. So how do we fix it? We have to fix the machinery. We have to fix the mitochondria. It's simple, no diabetes then? Any confusion? We can take a break now, go home. Is clear? Everybody clear on that? Sir, we'll start. So just want to set the context. This is important. Okay. Next. Okay. So typically, hyperglycemia is happening because either mitochondria is compromised. In the glycolysis, in the TCA cycle, mitochondria will generate ATP. This mitochondria has gone poor, or this more storage is happening in the liver and muscles, and sometimes glucagon keep high, then it keep releasing the sugars. Or sometimes the glucose may turn into excess fat. Okay. Now, typically the first number is the most important part. We eat food that turns into glucose, goes to the glycolysis, goes to the TCA cycle, goes to the mitochondria, and we produce ATP. ATP production basically means electron generation. We are extracting electrons from the food that we eat or the water we drink. Now, if we drink water which is taking my own electrons, my health will go bad. If I take alkaline water, which is pH is higher than my body, it gives me electrons. It's all the fight of the electrons. My mitochondria is trying to extract electrons out of the food or the water. So the first process is the most critical one. If our mitochondria goes bad, then there's a backlog. We cannot consume. There's a piling up of the fuel in the car tank. Blood sugar goes high. HbA1c glycation start happening. Then the problem starts. Okay, so this is just to, and a lot of the regular doctors also don't care about this. They are somehow, let's say my engine is weak and my doctor gives me a medication to control my diabetes. I'm pushing my mitochondria to burn more fuel. It's already a weakened engine. I did not fix the problem. My blood sugar has become normal, but my mitochondria is under pressure. That doesn't matter what I do, I will age faster. Next step. Okay, so typically I said if engine is weak, that will lead to your resistance of insulin. Okay, impaired signaling of insulin will happen when mitochondria will go back. Now these are the pathways. IRS1, we don't have to remember these pathways, just for the information. These are the pathways which can go poor, thereby GLUT4 translocation of the glucose in the cell is not happening. As the mitochondria goes bad, these pathways go slow and glucose entry to the cell becomes poor and it keeps high in the blood. Is it clear? Any doubt? Next step. Okay. So mitochondrial dysfunction is the most critical part in any problem, and they say applies to your diabetes. Either number of the mitochondria is reduced. As we are aging, we are losing the mitochondria. If I don't sleep well, I don't repair my mitochondria. If I have too much toxins, I kill my mitochondria. If I don't have nutrition in my body, I don't repair my mitochondria, and as a consequence, my mitochondrial number is reduced in my muscle or my liver or anywhere in the body. Consequently, the fuel consumption, the fuel burning becomes a problem. Or within the mitochondria, the quality of the mitochondria is either the size or the number or the quality of the mitochondria has gone weak. Okay, the number can get less, the size can get less, the quality, which is your reduced oxidative phosphorylation, reduced fatty oxidation, or increased health has gone bad, and these are some of the mechanisms. Okay, accumulation, more reactive oxygen species, which is your high oxidative stress, and eventually worsening of the insulin resistance. So, what is causing resistance of insulin? What is causing resistance of insulin? Your machine is gone bad. Then, as a compensatory, your liver, pancreas will make more insulin. What is causing insulin resistance? Yes? Correct. Just say it so that I know that we are on the same page. See, this can be very complicated, but I'm trying to make very, very simple also. Okay, next sir. Now, other reason of high blood sugar can be hepatic overproduction of the glucose. The first major concern is your mitochondria. Okay. Second could be hepatic overproduction of the glucose, where liver continues to do gluconeogenesis. It keep producing more glucose, or glycogenolysis. It keep breaking the glycogen into more glucose. Again, because insulin fails to suppress this receptor, or glucagon remains elevated, or hepatic insulin resistance persists. Okay, so this is the second reason, potential second reason is why would the glucose keep high in the blood, or the fuel keep high in the fuel tank. Your liver health is compromised. Okay, one is mitochondria is everywhere, even in the liver it is there, in the brain, in the kidney, in the muscle, in the blood cells, everywhere mitochondria is there. The first primary reason of blood glucose to be going high is poor mitochondrial dysfunction. Second possible reason is your liver health is compromised. Okay, and somebody is drinking alcohol, liver can go bad. Infections are there, liver can go bad. Eating too much of white rice, in liver can go bad. Whatever it may be, if you have to think about blood sugar is keeping high, pancreas is okay. What are the reasons? Mitochondria, and second possible reason is your liver is not okay. Next, sir. Okay. Third is adipose tissue dysfunction. Somebody has, okay, visceral fat is important. It is playing a role. Not that any visceral fat is bad, but when it becomes too much, then becomes a problem. Then it becomes inflammatory. It produces certain cytokines, which is TNF alpha, interleukin 6, things like that. This leads to increased lipolysis, elevated free fatty acids, worsening of hepatic glucose output, and lipotoxicity in the pancreas also. Again, first reason of glucose to be high, mitochondria. Second, your liver. Third is visceral fat can also contribute to blood sugars to be high. When pancreas is okay. Okay, next sir. Now, this is very important. Typically people will have type 2 diabetes, where pancreas is relatively okay to maintain for that age. See, if I am 40 years today, my pancreas may be 60% working. We all has to go. An organ has to deplete. This is the nature of the body. But for my age, if my pancreas 60% working, good enough for me. As long as my blood sugars are stable, good job done. But but my 60% becomes 20%. Correct? For some reason, my pancreas goes bad to 20%. This is called beta cell failure. Beta cells in the pancreas not able to make enough insulin to regulate your blood sugar. Okay, this is not very typical, but you will see the cases. So first, as practitioners, we need to find out how do we distinguish type 2 diabetes and type 1.5 diabetes. Typically, we call it 1.5 diabetes and 1 diabetes when it is completely gone. So as practitioners, we need to understand what are the different ways to measure it, so that we can tell the patient whether you will get better with my naturopathy or you need some drug support also. Okay. Now, before we get to how do we distinguish the two, let's get into what was on my mind. Okay, what are the markers for diabetes? What are the different markers for diabetes? Now, when your blood sugar is high, it is already established diabetes is there. When your HbA1c is high, it is already established your diabetic is there. Is there a marker? Can I know before blood sugar goes high? What is the marker I can test before my blood sugar is high? I can predict that my diabetes is coming. What is the marker? Huh? Hormone. Insulin we can test. Okay. And before even insulin goes high, what is the test? So that I can even resist before the resistance developed. I can test something before so that I can prevent the resistance of insulin also. Sorry? Urine, what will we have? Sugar is gone high in the urine, it's a far established disease. Okay. So what I said is, can you see? This is your machinery, mitochondria. Okay. Now when this is going weak. This is going weak. This is the first step. Then this is weak. Insulin will rise up. Okay. Third step is glucose will go up. Blood sugar will go up. Last step is HbA1c will go up. Okay. So if we have pick up the problem early on. This is normal. Sugars in the urine is also normal. What is the metabolite that we can test? We can do an organic acid testing. Figure out whether this health is going bad or not. There is something called lactate in the organic acid testing. There is something called pyruvate in the organic acid testing. Okay. This will tell you the health of the mitochondria. If this is going down, or we learn oxidative phosphorylation. Okay. If carnitine goes low, this oxidative phosphorylation can go bad. Okay. If CoQ10 goes low, then the mitochondrial health goes bad. So organic acid can tell you if you need carnitine, if you need CoQ10, if your pyruvate is high, if your lactate is high. This is the earliest marker that somebody is going towards diabetes. The second earliest marker is your fasting insulin. When the disease is established, already somebody's blood sugar is high, HbA1c is high, then this is where you are. Is it clear? So Harish sir can help you get the organic acid testing done if anybody is interested for your patients. Well, if let's say you do a lot of anaerobic activity, temperature can go high. So generally when we say we do want to do organic acid testing, we want to take a rest. We don't want to over supplement anything. We want to keep it easy. Then we test. See, genetic and the phenotype, the environment will decide the outcome. Genetic remains a constant phenomenon. I have a best engine in my car. I have BMW, best engine in my car. I don't put right fuel. I don't put right things into it. It will go bad. So genetics is only a predisposing factor. But more important factors are other factors which are everyday impacting us. So to my mind, genetic can only take us somewhere. As clinicians, as researchers, we can keep going and talking about it. That's no problem. But in practical life, we cannot change genes. See, for clinicians, what is important? Can I change something in the person to fix it? I cannot change the genes, but I can improve the health of the mitochondria. I can still, even genetically I'm predisposed, I can do things to fix myself. Very much. Ah. Well, I still don't know that they will have such a high blood sugar levels. Okay, I will check on that. On a regular basis, whatever people. No, correct. Let us talk about the population that we work with. Okay. Generally, people like us, we don't move around. We have bare minimum physical activity. Now, in those cases, my blood sugar is normal. H1C is normal. Is anybody healthy looking to you? If you ask them 100 symptoms, there will be something going on in the body. On the surface, they may not have a diagnosis. That's the only missing part. When we say they're healthy, they may not have a diagnosis, that's all. But they will have fatigue, they will have poor sleep, they will have anxiety, something is going on. Everybody almost, I work with them children to adults, I don't see anybody without a problem today. I can mask I can say I don't have a problem, but there is a problem. Okay. From that perspective, from our population, we will always find something out. Now, second is we said one is the mitochondria, and we can always look. If we don't have the markers for the mitochondria, we can always mark the marker which could be potentially causing the problem. For example, we can test their heavy metals. We can test their inflammatory markers. We can test the microbiome. We will see some problem there. From prevention point of view. Let us collect 100 patient data. We can make sense out of the data. Today I can tell you about the patient group I am dealing with, which is regular like people like you and me. Okay. If that context we can still have a different discussion. No. First is the context. Any context. You look at the context. What is this thing? If the patient is resting for 2-3 days and a blood test, organic acid done, he will give you relatively a decent amount of good data. It could be outliers in any data, which is the nature of the science. We don't have exact things. Okay. For example, in that case if carnitine is low, CoQ10 is low. That means the mitochondria is under strain. Okay. These people I have not worked with them, but if we look at and evaluate, I still see there will be chances that there are some missing links, which is making the blood sugars. So point is, if first marker of your blood sugars will go high is from poor mitochondrial health. Okay. Second is resistance is building up, insulin is going high. and third is it is already diabetes. Now interesting one which is important here, which is clinically relevant. Okay, is to differentiate with type 1 and 1.5 diabetes. This is the critical one that see in functional medicine, in naturopathy, we say we can fix your problem. Allopathy doesn't say I can fix your problem. Okay. Allopathy says you have diabetes, we living with diabetes, you make your mind. We are smart guys, we say we'll fix your diabetes. Now, in that scenario, if we don't differentiate type 2 to 1.5 to 1, we'll make a mistake. If somebody is 1.5, we cannot reverse that. He will be taking some drugs to fix his diabetes. Okay. But it is purely type 2 diabetes, and we can recognize that, fix the diet lifestyle, the person can very well come out of it. Okay. Then how do we differentiate with the two? Is it type 2 or 1.5? Now, typically, if my HbA1c is 6, I'm not audible. I'm speaking. Okay. Now I am speaking very loud to my capacity. Sir. Right. We can turn this. Right. No problem. Okay. Meanwhile, we fix it. Any questions? Any questions so far? What we discussed? Ah. How are you? Thank you. Yeah. Correct. Correct. We're killing ourselves for money. Correct. Huh. Huh. Now, weight is a consequence of poor metabolism. Sorry? Correct. Weight is a consequence of poor metabolism, inflammation, or too much of a energy load on the body, not energy, fuel load. We're consuming too much, then we can burn and turn into energy. Okay, so the weight gain itself is a good marker of metabolic dysfunction. Mitochondria is already under stress, and a lot of people, I'm telling you, if we until we ask them specific questions, they don't know what problem they have. So, a lot of people, you ask them, oh, do you feel energy dip after meal? Maybe, yeah, maybe I feel. Or do you feel agitated in the evenings? Yes, I feel. Okay. Until we keep asking, poking them 100 times, they don't even know that that is their problem. Sometimes they start to live with the problem. And problem so much becomes a part of life that it becomes normal. Well, we're taking a pause as of now, right? Is, is it done? Fixing is done? We start? Yeah? Okay. See, what do we mean by resistance of insulin in terms of numbers? This is important, okay? Anything beyond 5.6 HbA1c is diabetes. Right? HbA1c more than 5.6 is diabetes, period. There's no pre, post, things like that. Either somebody has diabetes or they don't have diabetes. No pre, post diabetes. If HbA1c is more than 5.6, it is confirmed diabetes. Okay, now let's say somebody is HbA1c less than 5.6, but fasting insulin is 12. This means this ideally it should be 2 to 6. This is the good number of fasting insulin. H1C should be less than 5.6. Fasting insulin should be around 2 to 6. It's what ideal situation that we want. If this is less and this is more, this is called resistance of insulin. Now, in that patient, anybody obese, this can be low and this can go high as 24, 30, 60, things like that. This means insulin is producing too much of the pancreas is producing too much of insulin to compensate for the resistance in the mitochondria. Is that clear? Now a patient comes to you, HbA1c is 6, fasting insulin is 12. That means pancreas is able to compensate for the resistance. HbA1c is 7, fasting insulin is 20. Pancreas is able to compensate. Insulin HbA1c is 8, fasting insulin is 30. Both going up parallelly. That means beta cell is able to compensate to the resistance. We call it type 2 diabetes. This is very important. I am telling you, we have made a lot of mistakes in our practice. Okay, and this is not in any book also. But my HbA1c is 6, my fasting insulin is 10, compensation is happening. But my HbA1c is 8, my insulin is only 10. This means beta cell is no more able to produce the required amount of the insulin that is required to regulate my sugars and consequently my glycation. This is called beta cell failure, dysfunction of the pancreas, and we also call it 1.5 diabetes. We typically saying 50% of the pancreas is gone, but in reality maybe 20% is gone, maybe 80% is gone, we don't know. How do we know? We test a tolerance test. We keep feeding them glucose and keep testing blood sugar and insulin. If insulin is going up as the glucose goes up, pancreas is okay. But as glucose goes up, insulin doesn't go up, we know pancreas is failing. If a patient comes to you with HbA1c of 7 and fasting insulin is only 9, what do you call it? 1.5. MODY typically they say is driven by a inflammation autoimmune process. Okay. Correct. So no, in clinical practice in the books, 1.5 is typically because of some autoimmune process, just like 1. But in reality, people don't have an autoimmune process against the pancreas, but it can simply be beta cell exhaustion. Okay. Now somebody is on glimepiride for 20 years. Now glimepiride is a drug which will squeeze out the insulin out of the pancreas, beta cells. After 20 years, the person from type 2 diabetes can turn into 1.5 diabetes, 1.2 diabetes, 1.8 diabetes, whatever. Beta cell is going away. So not necessarily the autoimmune process is there, but exhaustion of the beta cell is happening. Is it clear? Everybody? Is it simple? It's making sense? So how do we differentiate type 1, 1.5 and 2? Who will tell me? How do we differentiate type 1, 1.5 and type 2 diabetes on the testing? Correct. So what are the different scenarios you can see? Correct. 1.5. Yes. Correct. One. Now, another mistake typically happening in the clinical world is if a child comes to them, a 10-year-old child comes to them with diabetes, okay, they think it is type 1 only. They think it is type 1 only and they right away start them with insulin. But considering today's lifestyle, considering today's diet, a 10-year-old child can also have type 2 diabetes. So I have seen cases where the person was actually type 2, a child, or 1.5, but the child was on insulin already. Okay, so this is also becomes our duty to distinguish between type 1, 1.5, and 2, and accordingly to the treatment. If they need insulin, they need insulin, but not every time insulin is right for them. We have to differentiate with the types. Questions? Answer. Type 2. Type 2, metformin plus diet lifestyle. We can. If necessary, we can, but not necessarily we need to. We can simply change diet lifestyle and measure the progress. See, glycation leading to organ failure is a long standing process. It will not happen in months and days or weeks. If high blood sugar has to damage kidney, has to damage eyes, has to damage any organ, it is a process of years. So do we need to put them on drugs for a child immediately? Maybe not. We can do a diet lifestyle, basics interventions and see if it is enough. If not enough, 3-6 months you are measuring it, still it is keeping high, then you can start metformin at maximum if required. If it is purely type 2 diabetes. If it is type 1, okay, now what is acidosis? Ketoacidosis. What is ketoacidosis? Correct. Correct. Now we need insulin to take the sugars into the cells. We need insulin to take the sugars into the cells, but we don't need insulin to take ketones into the cells. Now, if I am type 2 diabetic, I have insulin. If I have insulin, my body will not unnecessarily produce too much ketones. So, unlikely that with the presence of insulin in my body that I will turn into ketoacidosis. But if insulin is off, there is no insulin, then body will increase ketones to supply fuel to the. Now, let's say somebody is type 1.5 diabetic. My half pancreas is working, half is not working. What is the best diet for that? My pancreas is short to improve my insulin levels. What is the best diet plan that you need insulin? That is the key. If you give keto diet, which is largely fat, which is making ketones as a fuel, fuel will supply to the energy to the cells which don't need insulin. That's energy to the body. So anybody with less insulin production, we can. Is clear? So then that is, see again, sometimes the definition of 1, 1.5 and 2 is based on the age, not trying to say how do we define 1, 1.5 and 2 based on the test, not your age, and you have diabetes, oh you look into category of type 2 and 2, you will have type 2. He will assume, he will not test your fasting insulin to confirm that it is 1.5 or else she will not get into ketoacidosis most likely. So fasting insulin becomes a critical test for us to define what is the problem. If insulin is low, once is 10, insulin is only 6, pancreas gone. Then see, if you no, I think then first thing is we must start getting the fasting insulin done. If H1C is 14, fasting insulin is high, then you are safe. Don't worry about it. Clean their diet, put them onto fasting, things will get better. But if H1C is 14, fasting insulin is also 14, pancreas is busted. We straight away need to bring in insulin shots. Correct. Else we don't know. See, this is the point I'm trying to make. As practitioners, we need to tell them what is the possibility. Can I reverse your diabetes or can I manage your diabetes? If type 2 clearly, we can fix it. If it is not type 2, we cannot really fix it. We can improve it. We can manage it better with diet lifestyle. So defining the problem is critically important. Understanding the problem is critically important. Haris sir, you were saying something. Ah. Ah. 16. Yes, so this pancreas is almost 50% working. So this is both resistance and beta cell failure. So this patient 50% still working pancreas, which means we can change diet and lifestyle, keep the blood sugars under control with the diet and lifestyle. But pancreas is not 100% working because its HbA1c is almost 9. Then fasting insulin should be much higher. Ideally should be if beta pancreas is okay, but here pancreas is already gone 50% almost. 60 or 16, huh? So it is relatively less. It should be higher. Huh? Correct. Correct.
Insulin is very less.
Beta cell gone.
Beta cell gone.
Half.
And C peptide is also little higher.
Well, on the range it is higher, sir, but it is also corresponding to the insulin released. That whatever insulin is released, it becomes active insulin and C peptide that breaks down. So it is only giving us information that beta cell is 50% or around. I don't have exact number, but around that. This person has to be careful. We can manage him without drugs, but he really has to be very, very careful with the diet.
So diet, keto diet, or which one is better for such?
Low carb diet. 2 meals. Actually, if a person is type 2 diabetic for 20 years and so much need of the beta cell to keep producing the insulin, so hyperinsulinemia will cause eventual failure to the pancreas. The poor guy is working, and later exhaustion, ER stress, reduce, ultimately the mitochondria in the pancreas will go poor, and it will not be able to make insulin. So these guys, they eat food, the blood sugar shoots up and drops down, shoots up. So that In this case, sir, both resistance is there and beta cell is both are. Next, sir. Sir? Cause. Demand. One is the aging process. As we are aging, our organs are depleting. That's the nature of we all has to go. One is the demand. Okay. I have been eating more than what I can chew. My blood sugar has been rising, my insulin has to go up, demand has been high. I was not careful, my beta cell will go. Third most important is the drug. The drugs, especially glimepiride, sulfonylureas, these are the drugs which excessively ask the beta cell to make more insulin. Looks like GLP-1s are also doing the same thing, but they are more glucose dependent. So if glucose goes high, insulin will go high correspondingly because GLP-1 is taken. So drugs can also deplete and exhaust your pancreas. Then autoimmune process, that is happening in children. Well, the fuel, the food that we take typically goes to the mitochondria and it takes a receptor called GLUT4, insulin dependent uptake into the muscle, liver, things like that. But they could be insulin independent uptake also can be happening. For example, in the brain and in the RBCs, which is GLUT1 and GLUT3 receptors. Okay. Some of the sugars can get excreted through the kidneys also. Right. Then some of the sugar may be turned into energy. The mitochondria may not turn into ATP, but they may turn into energy. Okay. So I'm just trying to give you a sense where is the fuel going. If I eat something, my sugar goes up. Sugar typically 80% of the sugar will be turned into energy by the mitochondria. Rest of the things can be this, which is important but not so important. So ultimately, clinically, what is that we can help to do to help a type 2 diabetic? We have to look at the mitochondria. You can increase exercise, and exercise will, without insulin, increase the uptake into the muscles. So exercise can help with reducing blood sugars without insulin. But it's a small mechanism, not a major mechanism. Major mechanism is the mitochondria only. These small mechanisms, glucose disposal can happen by these factors also. Any questions? So now you understand where the glucose going into the body and how body is consuming, and is it clear? Now, conventionally, what are we trying to do? One thing, we are trying to reduce the resistance of insulin, which means we are trying to improve the mitochondria. Metformin, good, decent drug, no problem with that. Now, as naturopaths, we don't agree. I want to improve the mitochondria by exercise. I want to increase the mitochondria by hydration. I want to increase the mitochondria by sleeping. Fantastic. You know, endocrinologist says I will only give metformin. We can give metformin. We can do other things also. I will cut down the inflammatory food. I will cut down sugars. I can cut down fasting. All of that I will do to improve the mitochondria. But they can also increase insulin by exhausting the beta cells, glimepiride, glycazide. So these drugs can increase the insulin production from the pancreas. Okay. Then another route is they can excrete the sugars from the kidneys also. Okay. Now they are only managing the sugars. My sugar looks okay. Is it enough? Let's say my sugar is high because my mitochondria is becoming poor. Now somehow I puncture my kidney, I release my sugar numbers are okay. Am I healthy? Because my mitochondria is still bad. My health is dependent on my mitochondria. So Typically, long use of insulin released drugs from the pancreas can cause 1.5 diabetes or type 1 diabetes also at a later stage. For example, your patient of Rajasthan, 60 years old, she may be turning into type 1 diabetes. Pancreas is completely gone, most likely, because she is building ketoacidosis. If you test her fasting insulin, it may be 2 to 4 or less. Long-standing 20 years of the drugs can exhaust the pancreas. Okay, or we excrete through kidneys and all, which does not really fix the problem. We're only managing the numbers and we're only managing the glycation, end product glycation. HbA1c we're reducing glycation in the eyes. Not enough. Okay, ideally we have to improve the mitochondria too. Now, typically in the diabetes world, it is told if your blood sugars are normal, your lifespan is okay. It will improve. Is that true? If somehow I fix your blood sugars, are we increasing your lifespan? No. If my engine is poor, my engine is already poor, I put in more sugar into it, I tell the engine consumes, I don't care how, just consume it. Engine will go. So if I forcefully fix my blood sugars, am I reducing my age or am I increasing my age? Okay. So when the doctor will say, by fixing my blood sugar, somehow they're increasing my age, actually ulta may be happening. Is that clear? Just there for 20-30 years, almost old, maybe some paper will get published by then. So somehow the focus is only reducing the blood sugar without knowing the cause of the blood sugars. Okay, and sometimes you potentially impact the mitochondria and we impact the pancreas also. So if a patient comes to us, a practical thing, if a patient comes to us and we test the patient and we know the patient is type 2 diabetic and the patient is on glimepiride, any drug which increases the insulin, shall we ask the patient to go talk to the doctor and stop that? Right? So we need to understand, okay, if a patient comes to you and you're looking at the medication, you need to know if type 2 diabetes is there. If only metformin is there, no problem. But metformin plus glimepiride is there or GLP-1 is there, which is exhausting the pancreas, would you want to tell the patient that, Baba, you have to be careful? Correct? Patient don't know, endocrinologists don't look at it. Who's at a loss? Patient. Whose duty now? Ours. Okay? Because we are trying to become more smarter, no? Okay. Well, next. So if fasting insulin is more than 6, then you start considering the resistance is building and we are moving towards diabetes. Okay. And sustained high insulin is a sign of resistance of insulin and eventually it will lead to high blood sugars. So the first good marker for pre-diabetes, pre basically means it has not happened. Pre, that should be pre, no? If my typically definition is HbA1c less than 6, more than 5.6, pre. More than 6 is diabetes. More than 6 is already diabetes. So pre means anything before HbA1c goes more than 5.6, which means insulin is more than 6. So ideally pre-diabetes should be more than 6 insulin fasting. So this is also important, else a lot of people wait till the problem becomes more aggressive. So we need to educate them as open-minded practitioners. Next step. Now, we already has discussed the root causes of type 2 diabetes, which is things which can affect the mitochondria, which is overexposure to the high sugar and processed diet. If somebody keep eating sugar, blood sugar keep raising, pancreas keep releasing more insulin, and which is pushing the sugar into the cell, affecting the mitochondria. Eventually, long term, high sugar diet will compromise the mitochondria, thereby sugars can go high. Toxins can poison the mitochondria. Inflammation can cause damage to the mitochondria. Oxidative stress to the cell membranes can cause damage to the mitochondria. Lack of nutrients also can slow down the efficiency. A car engine don't have engine oil. What do we expect it to do? B vitamins are important. Magnesium is important. Iron is important. Selenium is important. Fatty acids are important. Carnitine is important. CoQ10 is important. Lipoic acid is important. These are all crucial supplements which the mitochondria needs to function. If this is missing, it's like a spare part is missing in the mitochondria. It will not function. Lack of exercise also. See, it is a stimulus for my body to have a healthier mitochondria. If I don't work hard, why would my body has a better mitochondria? Body is trying to have a energy equilibrium. If I don't need it, my body will not make enough too much energy. So exercise is also important thing for the mitochondrial health. If I don't do enough, there's a problem. Blue light toxicity. Too much of a bright light after sunset can kill my mitochondria. Leptin resistance can also cause my mitochondrial failure. Chronic stress. This is all that we discussed. Okay. Now, medications are helping blood sugar somehow, but medications are not fixing the diabetes, which is the metabolic dysfunction, which is the mitochondrial dysfunction. Are we clear? Okay, now if anybody can summarize what is sort of we have, anything new that you learned today? Anything relevant new that you learned today? Differential. Okay. Okay. Very common. I've seen so many patients just by the age they have been diagnosed as 2 and they're not at all 2. And the blood H1C is 10, 11 and the more damage is happening in the body. And I typically put them onto insulin, long acting insulin, one shot at evenings. For example, my father, today he is 75. He has taken glimepiride for 30 years. His fasting insulin is 6 and his H1C was 7. It's not enough. Beta cell is fully functioning, whatever it can produce, it is only 6. Now I have put him on to one shot of insulin, 20 units every evenings. Blood H1C is reduced to 5.4 now. This is important as clinicians to distinguish the problem, know the problem. If we know the problem, solutioning is not a problem at all. But if we don't know the problem, how do we solution it? Right? Right. So let's say first we have to define the problem. If a patient insulin is high and relatively H1C is not so high, it is high but not so high. Now we know type 2 diabetes. Either I take a decision for the patient, Baba, what you're doing for yourself is busting your pancreas unnecessarily. You fix your mitochondria, fix your diet, all of that, and you safeguard your pancreas for the rest of your life. Okay. Or you tell them go to an endocrinologist and stop this drug.
How to exactly get the fasting level? Now, either we should stop the medication.
Ideally.
How many days, 2 days?
I think 5 to 7 days ideally.
5 to 7. Because whenever we are testing, like, because they are right.
Well, see again, let's a patient comes to you, you look at the numbers and you look at the drug.
See, now there's a confusion. Whatever it is still down. Either it's pancreas is working,
Correct.
diabetes is working.
Correct. So then you need to, now patient comes to you, the patient is on glimepiride and metformin. Okay, insulin is not so high as in relation to your HbA1c. Now you know beta cell is gone. Okay, even though it's not a right number, it is a because the drug number has been tweaked, which you don't want to see. But this is the reality of life. Then we have to extrapolate the data ourselves. See, we cannot ask, any patient comes to me, I cannot ask, stop your drug before you take a test. The patient will go haywire. How can you say? Because, see, you have to understand the mindset. Other side say, doctor says, you cannot one day skip your drug. Okay. We are saying skip it for 7 days, 5 days, and then do a test. That will not happen. So we only on our mind we have to make the extrapolations and make sense out of the data.
When children comes into picture,
Huh.
they are confused with the entire one. Already the doctor started to see. Now whatever data we can get this
And now, earlier, sir, maybe Hari sir can answer. Earlier, when we were testing insulin in children who are taking insulin shots, it was only giving internal insulin readings. It was not giving external insulin into the reading. But today, the data I see, it is mix of both. It's internal plus external insulin, both is coming in the reading. It's a confusing data today. So we have to work with 3-6 months to make some sense out of the data. There's no easy answer again.
See, if you are taking insulin, we cannot reverse it.
now when we calculate either the patient is a type 1 or type 2. Now already the doctor has suspected 12 or 13 years.
Yeah.
So we are suspecting 1.5, but the doctor has suggested is 1 already. Now any calculation. Now to confirm the test, if we do the test now insulin will come change. The data is changed because of the exchange. Now how to rule out that data? Now 5 to 7 days we cannot ask the patient response.
So if you do C-peptide and C,
Well, sir, that is one way, but C-peptide, but again, when 1.5 diabetes, like in your case, C-peptide was 4.
4.7, yeah.
Now, it looks like everything is okay in terms of insulin, but actually, it is not the right number. So, in this practically, we change the diet and lifestyle. See, these people, 1.5 diabetes, pancreas is busted, plus resistance of insulin, both are there. Now, when you start working with your patient, this patient is on insulin, you start changing diet. When you start changing diet, the person will start going into hypoglycemia with the same amount of insulin. If the patient is going under, now when we are changing diet, we have to tell them to monitor their insulin. If the insulin remains the same, hypoglycemia and the sugar, sugar, and we tell them don't take sugar. If the hypoglycemia comes up, they can take banana or apples, not sugars, because it's another problem. So we tell them when you're changing diet, monitor your insulin intake. If it is getting low, you reduce your units. This is important. Now, when you reduce the units, then you know if it's some pancreatic function is okay. Very indirectly, there's no right way.
The CGM I think data then get to be
Type 1 diabetes, CGN is a good data. Type 2, it does not make any sense, but type 1, it is good. So CGM also is, even though it is the needle in, that is also not very accurate. Yes, it is.
CGM experts to give you diagnosis. Now what we check is the capillary blood. So now the difference is 15 to 20%. Like CGM and normal. So in your patient sample class, check your normal sugars and enter that data. So based on that we can
So actually it shows whatever you eat, the rise in the sugar level, that's all it shows. What we put in.
But it's actually not a very good, accurate data, but a good monitoring device. Next, sir. Well, like I said, now we're getting a little more into details, but we already know these points. So if resistance is building because we are eating multiple times a day. Now, multiple times eating a day is a good recipe to keep somebody diabetic, a lifelong diabetic. Typical, correct, sir. Correct, sir.
Every 2 hours eat something.
Sir, it's a good recipe to keep the diabetic for life. See, there is something called disease management or disease reversal. Management is like fund management, no? I don't want to lose my fund. I want to manage and get better, increase my fund. So disease management is same. I don't want the person off the hook. The person should be diabetic for life. Good recipe every 2 hours you eat. You eat. This is important. Now, snacking will again is a part of the. Somebody says I eat fruit, I eat this, I eat that, and but then I have dinner. I eat less only. When you eat enough, and be hungry for at least 4 hours till next whatever you want to do. Ideally, 10 to 6 the best way, and then you keep hungry the rest of the day.
Lot of people they have social basic. I mean, I have seen some people eating.
Correct.
No, 3 hours over, have to eat something. And you become restless.
Correct. So there are two ways, sir. One is a person is only on metformin, they will not have hypoglycemic episodes. But if a patient is on glimepiride or any similar drug which is releasing more insulin, they will have hypoglycemia. So drug itself can inducing hypoglycemia and the urge to eat. Second, some of these patients have fungal infections. Then they cannot handle hunger. So this becomes our responsibility to reduce the infection load so that hunger pangs becomes better. Yes. Sorry?
The cortisol.
Huh.
If the person is eating from evening,
Huh.
then it's the cortisol level will be 100%.
Okay, now is cortisol always a bad thing or sometimes it is a bad thing? Now, insulin will reduce my blood sugars, glucagon and cortisol will improve it to where it needs. But if I am stressed all the time, then cortisol will cause a problem. But if I am not stressed, I am chilled out at ease, cortisol will not cause any problem. It's a protective mechanism. It is only to help you fight an emergency. But if my mind is always in emergency, what will happen? My cortisol will go up. So yes, it can, but well, we can only ease the mind. Next slide.
So now some people are saying you should not skip the breakfast.
Yeah, fair point. 10 to 6, 10 a.m. your breakfast and 6 is your dinner. The best way is go with the sun. That's naturopathy, right? Sun comes up your first meal, before sun goes down your last meal. It's the best way.
So now presently we are eating so that some people use carrot. So what's your comment?
Juice is fine. Vegetable juice is still okay. Low glycemic index. See, if a patient comes to you, you cannot suddenly change everything. You have to slowly, but at least you're doing low glycemic index foods and juices. So it's a okay shift for them. If we keep them hungry, best thing, but they will run away. They will not stay with us. A chronic stress can, of course, increase the blood sugar, but chronic stress, cortisol is something protective for us, but if it is always high, it's a problem. And when people are stressed out, they end up eating unhealthy sugars, carbs, things like that. So, if we want to fix diabetes, we have to work on the stress part also. We cannot just give them a drug and leave them alone. Next, sir. Now, this is another very important thing. When we have too much of visceral fat, we become resistant to leptin and we don't know when to stop eating. We don't know how much hunger I have. So exercise, helping them lose their fat and developing sensitivity to leptin. So person may know when to stop eating. Next. This all can affect your mitochondria. Now, by the way, this is very important. Lot of antibiotic use can increase the diabetes risk by 53%. Now, mitochondria, which is the problem in diabetes, is a bacterial cell. An antibiotic can clean out the mitochondria. Too much antibiotics can put a person to risk of diabetes. Unfortunately, nobody cares. So, it is our duty now to tell the patient, until it's a life-threatening situation, please don't take antibiotics. Very, very problematic. Every psoriasis, any case, you will have a history of antibiotics to them. Frequent antibiotic use. Any autoimmune problem, frequent antibiotic use. So antibiotic is creating a lot of ruckus in human. Well, correct. Correct. Well, seems like humans have been evolved with the herbs or the natural things. So we may be able to distinguish the difference, and herb may not directly damage the mitochondria. Antibiotic, very, very recent phenomenon. Actually, antibiotics are made for the funguses. Antibiotic is made from the fungus. And if fungus grows, it kills the good bacteria. Psoriasis, overgrowth of the fungus. Ideally for bacterial they should, but for fungal also they are giving antibiotic. For viral also they are giving antibiotic. Anybody gets a viral fever, they will give antibiotic, just like that. Antacids, the H2 blockers, can also kill the mitochondria, because it's a H2 channel in the mitochondria also. So acid lowering drugs by blocking H2 receptors can also kill the mitochondria, thereby increasing risk of the diabetes. Microplastics, bisphenol A. So 40% higher diabetes risk in those with highest level of urinary BPA, bisphenol A. So toxins, drinking in the plastic bottles is also increasing the risk of the diabetes, because it's so poisoning the mitochondria.
People say that it is unhealthy. You consume the plastic which is the size of a credit card.
Correct, sir.
So what you take of plastic?
Correct. Correct, sir. And body find it so difficult to excrete it out. It keeps depositing in the system. Rest we discuss, mercury, lead, arsenic. If we have to fix anybody for type 2 diabetes, we have to test these things. Else we don't know what is going on. If we don't have enough data, it's very tough to make a judgment. Like you said, patient comes to us, maybe they don't have a problem, obvious problem. But when you randomly test, their blood sugar is high. But how do we know what is causing it? Is it too much of eating? Is too much microplastic? Is too much lead? Or some fungal infection? Good if we can test as much as it. First define the problem. Type 1, 1.5, 2. And then what are the reasons behind it? How do you say this? Chronic infections can down-regulate insulin receptors. Infections can reduce insulin sensitivity. Infections can cause insulin resistance. If you have to fix anybody with type 2 diabetes, we cannot do it without cleaning their infections. Just metformin will not be enough. That is why people are not able to reverse the problem, or that is why it is a lifelong problem. Questions? Any? You find it interesting or
Any bacterial viral infection.
anything, sir? Anything, sir? Basically, The lipopolysaccharides, some of the toxins produced by these infections will cause the poisonous thing to the mitochondria. Hari sir, next. Blue light toxicity can cause leptin resistance, insulin resistance. People who have difficulty in initiating sleep have 2 to 3 times higher risk of developing type 2 diabetes because they don't repair their mitochondria. They don't sleep well, they don't repair well, and they have much higher risk of diabetes. Sleeping at 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. is crucial. There's some famous nutritionist in Mumbai says you just have to sleep at 8 hours, any time of the day you can sleep. Doesn't work like that. You have to follow the sun. As simple as that. Sun comes up, we should be outside. Sun goes down, we should be in a darkness. Darkness is as important as sun. Luke Coutinho says you can sleep anytime, but sleep at 8 hours is all hunky dory. Maybe he hasn't seen enough data.
And today our social media is everybody is a doctor. There are millions of people who are talking in that way.
Correct, sir.
Unbelievable.
Hari sir, next.
And we were working with a investment banker.
Sir.
Now she is a gut health expert.
Correct.
I don't know, you have seen the people thinking from Germany. Everybody is a gut specialist.
Yesterday somebody has shared this thing. She was employed to one of our known person, and now she is a longevity expert. So because this is an open area, sir. Doctors are not claiming these areas, longevity, gut. So anybody is claiming to be expert on that area. Huh?
If they remove, they can be big.
So diabetics has 40% less mitochondria, smaller ones. 40. See, that's a key fundamental thing. And hydration is important for the mitochondria. Now, hydration means there should be enough good quality water, which is structured water, and enough salt going on. This is very critical for all of us to understand. When somebody has BP, high blood sugar, problem is with the vessel. My vessels have become brittle. I don't know how to fix my vessels. I reduce my volume of the plasma. I tell my patient not to have enough salt. Water retention in the plasma is reduced. BP is reduced. But I kill them with dehydration. Salt is so important to take the water into the cells. I reduce the BP temporarily, which is okay, but I reduce their hydration also. To improve the vessel, I have to improve the mitochondria. See, this is a blood vessel. This is smooth muscle here. This smooth muscle has a mitochondria. You fix the mitochondria, it becomes elastic again, or at least some level of flexibility will be retained. But we are reducing the blood volume. So hydration with good quality water and enough good quality salts is important for the mitochondrial health to keep the metabolism going on.
See, nowadays you use other water, which is completely derived from
Yes.
all ingredients. I don't know, maybe they add using
So ideally, sir, I tell people take RO water in a glass bottle, keep it under sun for at least 3 hours. The infrared light will pass through the water. It will give electrons to the water. And before drinking, add salt to the taste. Himalayan salt, Celtic salt to the taste, whatever the palatable to them. So we add energy, electrons to the water, and we add salt to the water. Cleaning is important because water quality is very bad. But after cleaning, we can bring the back to some better structure. Hari sir. So once a diabetic, always a diabetic? Not necessarily. If my father has it, I don't have to have it. I can prevent as much as I can. Okay. Keeping blood sugar down with medication will help me avoid my complications. Now, heart needs mitochondria, brain needs mitochondria. If my blood sugars are okay, I'm only avoiding glycation, which could be one of the possibility damaging. But more important is the mitochondria in the heart and in the brain or in the kidneys, things like that. So, if only blood sugars are managed, does not mean I'm protected from my heart problems and brain problems. But if I improve my mitochondria, then my blood sugar as a consequence better, then my heart is protected, my lung is protected, my kidney is protected. This is very, very important practical understanding. Sometimes people say, oh, my blood sugar is okay, why do I have to worry? It does not mean that heart is going to be okay and brain is going to be okay. Now, cognitive decline is happening early on. Somebody is 60 losing their memory because they may be taking blood sugar drugs, brain mitochondria gotten bad, cognitive ability has gone down.
Actually, there are some studies that metformin after 60 years it affects the brain.
So I cannot.
Metformin after 60 years it affects the brain.
Well, sir,
Brain cells and all.
metformin is good for the mitochondria actually.
Yeah. No, it affects the brain after 60 years. Brain cells.
In a negative way?
Negative. After 60 years,
Okay.
if you continuously take metformin, it affects the brain cells.
Actually, sir, I don't know that part, but typically now in longevity space, people are taking metformin even they don't have diabetes. Because they say metformin is improving the mitochondria. What I'm saying is ulta than what you're saying, but I don't know the reality of until I see so much
I
data.
was just saying that.
Fair point. Possible, sir. Longevities, correct, sir. It improves the mitochondria, they say, but there's the two sides of the coin. We have to be careful with anything artificial. Correct, sir. Hanji? Possible. So, drugs we should be careful as much as it can be. We can avoid as much as it can be avoided. Hari sir, next. Well, I think this is diabetes for today is done. Questions on diabetes. Now you're confident that you can figure out which diabetes, what are the things you can do to fix it, which drugs you want to give to diabetics. Are you getting some confidence on that? Better than an endocrinologist? It is important. Why I'm saying is if my patient I'm working with is taking the wrong drugs, doesn't matter what I do, it's all going in the vein. If my patient needs insulin and my diabetologist is only giving glimepiride, he needs insulin because pancreas is gone, but doctor is only giving glimepiride to exhaust the pancreas, whatever left. Then he will have to 4 times the insulin. See, once a type 1 diabetes comes in, I need to have long, short acting multiple times a day. But if it is only 1.5 diabetes, I safeguard my whatever little pancreas is there. I can only do long acting once a day and my blood sugar is managed. But if I don't tell my patient today that your drug regime is bad and next 10 years this man is in type 1 diabetes, my work, see, as practitioners, we want to create impact on the society, not for today, but down the line. So if I don't know what is wrong, what is bad, what is that is told to my patient is good or bad, then I'm in soup, no good. So we have to have a better understanding of our solution and their solution, and then we judge. Not everything is bad. There's relevant things also. As open-minded practitioners, we need to have our skill set and understand their things also. So if we need them, we need them. But if they are doing something wrong, we need to inform our patients or clients. They need to change or go find a better doctor.
See, when
Ah, correct.
Once we are, they ask us whether to stop or
Correct.
what should.
So fertility will talk tomorrow, but infertility, one of the reasons is poor mitochondria only. If we are giving a drug which is improving the mitochondria, which is improving chances of fertility, so we can continue technically. Yes, same problem. PCOD leading to infertility most cases.
You can take metformin.
We can,
Metformin.
we can. But Hari sir has a different view.
That is aiming to use.
See, if we don't need it, we don't need it. But if there is a reason for it, drugs I would say use very cautiously. But if we need it, it's okay too. Now my wife is pregnant. Her blood sugars are going up. If blood sugar is high, probably baby will size up bigger. Now she's on 3 times the metformin. Fine. If I have to take insulin, fine. For temporary use, it's okay. She's 40 years, now she's first time pregnant. Ideally a female should be pregnant in 20s. Now she's 20 years late. Okay. So, but we have to face the consequences of that. But in that case, if you take something which is relevant, no problem. But as practitioners, we need to be knowing that thing.
see,
Well-
fasting insulin is less means it is not generating properly. Fasting insulin is very less. Then it shows that the pancreas is not generating.
No, sir. Let's say fasting insulin is less, blood sugar is normal.
Yeah.
Then no problem.
See, for example, fasting sugar is 82, HbA1c is 4.8, and fasting insulin is 8.
It's fine, sir. 6 to 8, 2 to 6 is a good number. 8 is little high. It can get better. Fasting insulin 2 to 6 is a good number, provided blood sugars are normal. If blood sugars are high, HbA1c is high, then that 2 to 6 is a problem.
HbA1c is 4.5.
Huh. For a what is the age group, sir?
Age is around 40, 46, 44.
Now this is interesting case. This is interesting case. Age is 45
Yeah.
years. Okay.
Age is 42 years.
HbA1c is 4.8.
4.8. And fasting blood sugar is 86.
Okay. And insulin?
Fasting insulin is
I think 8. 8 you said.
fasting insulin is 8.
8. Okay. Now guys, tell me the picture. What do you see? This is 4.8 of a
8.12. 8.12.
8.1.
1.
No, okay. Now 4.8, if somebody is really on low carb diet, somebody is on a keto diet, at 43, this is good. But if somebody is eating rice, eating fruits, not so diligent in exercise, this is low also. Okay. Now, if a normal person like me and my HbA1c is 4.8, what other information it is giving me? My blood sugar has been low for my age. Okay. This means I have fungal infections which are taking away my sugars, which is keeping my blood sugar low, and glycation is low. Now, this is a false number. Okay. So, this is also important to see the things into context, read the data into the context. In a normal scenario, fantastic data. A person eating well, digesting well, everything is hunky-dory. H1C is 4.8, 42 years old, no problem. But if the person has gut problems, the person has bloating, person has eczema, person has psoriasis, then you know fungal infection is causing low blood sugars and low glycation. Okay. Sometimes you have to read the data in the context also. Well, diabetes questions. At least everybody should ask one question on diabetes.
You see that the fasting sugar levels are higher than regular post-eating days.
Right, sir. So typically they call it dawn phenomena. Stress is the one place, sir. Cortisol. Correct, sir. And which can be normal also, sir. It's like somebody is just to rise their energies, they need to increase their blood sugars. Or if stress is causing them, we can work on the stress part.
Diabetes related, if you do bariatric surgery, the type 2 diabetes will reduce.
Sorry, sir?
In bariatric surgeries,
Huh.
type 2 diabetes will reverse.
Huh.
How it can?
This is interesting, sir. See, this is a stomach, okay? Esophagus and the duodenum and all that. Now we just make the stomach very, very small. The person cannot just eat. We reduce their intake by 30-20%. I cannot eat. Earlier I was eating 100 grams of rice, but today I'm only eating 20 grams of rice. I cannot eat too much. Temporarily, my blood sugars will drop down if I'm type 2 diabetic. It's only a temporary fix, but the consequences are pretty bad because my digestion is gone for life. My digestion is gone for life. After 2 years, this will come back with the vengeance. I will have a bigger problem. This is just a temporary fix, sir, type 2 diabetes.
Have you ever tried a single meal plan or that?
Which one?
1 million.
I have not, but it's a good deal, sir. It's a good idea. Yeah. No, it's good, sir. As long as we titrate enough for them to hold on to it. A lot of people may not be at once be able to do more. One of my friend doing it 1 meal a day. He's healthy, good energy, is very sharp in brain. It's actually very good.
In between, if you feel hungry, can we take water or something?
Sir?
Water without sugar, anything which is black coffee, lemon water,
Huh?
green tea, all those things are for no sugar, no milk, no sugar.
We have to take increase every 2 months and
Yeah. See, now digestion is gone. Digestion means gone, SIBO will increase. Inflammation will increase. Insulin resistance will further increase, blood sugar will increase.
we can't able to eat much, but still they have the capacity to eat more and
No, sometimes what can, okay, now there's one way they seal it, but sometimes it opens up. Sometimes they completely remove it. We don't know which procedure is done. But again, see, when we are young, our stomach size is small. As we grow, I eat more. Size capacity is increasing. Probably again the capacity may increase. I don't know. Okay, I want everybody to ask one question on diabetes, all of you, so that I know that what I said today making sense and is relevant for your practice. Then we'll dive into thyroid problems. Anshul. If hepatic is fasting is
Some people will be having fasting sugar levels will be high. Some people will be having fasting sugar levels will be controlled and post-fasting will be. So everything they will do, they will see the difference.
that I am not aware. If it's
There are two types of things.
technically both is mitochondria, okay, but I haven't figured that out. If liver is bad, or how much bad so that we can call it actually hepatic only. Because there's a very thin line to differentiate, but fine, if somebody has figured it out, I'm not aware about it. Questions? Questions? Anji.
So now to balance fiber intake and gut health goals food with the risk of GI side effects from higher fiber, low carb protocols in older patients.
Okay, now when do we think fiber is a problem? Okay, which patients fiber becomes a problem? Which patient too much fiber becomes a problem? So the question is, how do we take care of the fiber diet or balance fiber to carbs in diabetics when their digestive system is not able to handle fiber? So I would say clean them out. See, we cannot increase beyond their capacity. They can only handle today as much as they can handle. So go slow with them. At the same time, keep cleaning their infections so their ability to handle more fiber will improve. Is that answer good enough? See, you have one perspective to a question, I have one perspective to answer. May match, may not match. So you can ask. But I think there is something called FODMAP diet. If person cannot handle fermentable things, we can put them onto FODMAP, low FODMAP diet. No fermentable carbohydrates and fiber in the diet. Well, it is a good strategy to symptomatically relieve them, which is fine. But it is not a fixing of the problem. Why the fermentation is happening? Because infections are there. You clean the infections also. Same that applies to your patient. Anji, questions? Okay, now is diabetes clear? Pakka?
So these are the certain strategies primarily in the management of type 2. But I'm sure these are equally helpful for type 1 also.
Correct, sir, correct. Yeah. So,
You may not be able to do this.
correct.
But these are all aspects are very relevant for the type 1.
Correct, absolutely. So now, now a person is recently diagnosed with type 1, which means his pancreas may still be persisting to some extent. Let's say 20% pancreas is there, 30% pancreas is there. Now, if we fix the diet lifestyle, can we halt the damage on the pancreas by correcting the autoimmunity? First is to safeguard what is left. Can I safeguard 20% left, 30% left? Initially diagnosed patients, not always 100% pancreas is gone. So we can safeguard what is left. Now, second thing is type 1 diabetes. You want to minimize the insulin intake to whatever best that can happen. Okay. So typically any diabetic, resistance of insulin will be there. Chahe 1 hai, 1.5 or 2. Insulin resistance is still there. Now if it is type 1 diabetic, resistance is also there, he need more insulin shots. But if we fix the insulin resistance, the need of the insulin intake will get better. Second, like we discussed, if we increase ketone to therapeutic level, not to the level of ketoacidosis, therapeutic level 4 to 6, by increasing more fat into the diet, then also you decrease the insulin requirement.
There is a patient that deals with before he's being diagnosed with type 1.
So that's the thing, lot of the clinical practice is based on the judgment, not on the testing, true testing. If a young person gets diabetes, they say type 1. If an old patient gets diabetes, they say type 2. They don't really measure the numbers to conclude on that. So a lot of time I have seen somebody diagnosed with type 1, it was actually 1.5. and somebody is diagnosed with 2 was actually 1. So age does today, because the age we cannot conclude on that. So we really have to test the fasting insulin to have some conclusions on that. And people will come on the paper 1 diabetes, 1.5 diabetes, and that conclusions are wrong, and there is no objective data behind that. Doctor don't do any data. Only age, HbA1c high, he makes a judgment.
So in such case, we have to do the fasting insulin. If initially it says what cells are at the age of 54 about type 1 diabetes. So that means all these days he was not eating, suddenly the pancreas is stopped.
Ideally,
In such case, what we have to do? We have to do fasting insulin or CPAP, whatever.
sure. No, fasting insulin good enough, sir. If it is truly type 1 diabetic,
Okay.
not taking insulin, his insulin should be less than 1
Less
or
than
2 to
this.
3 maximum. But you will see a variability. Book, see, lot of things are from the book, and doctors are just implementing as it is. Okay, but a book is only categories, but people don't always fall into those categories. So it is really important to. So when I started my work, there was a type 2 diabetes. I thought type 2 diabetes. I said I will reverse your case, but I eventually find out it was 1.5, because his HbA1c was 8 and fasting insulin was 6 to 8. Beta cell was compromised, but I did not make that. And I tell you, lot of so-called diabetes reversal gurus, Pramod Tripathi also don't know this part. Freedom from Diabetes, Dr. Pramod Tripathi, his best, he has really worked hard to present cases to reverse type 2 diabetes, no doubt about it. But when it comes to distinguishing with type 2 to 1.5, he still don't make that. Lot of the so-called diabetes reversals, people don't make this differentiation with the 1.5 and 2. And 1.5 does not really mean 50% is gone. That patient with 1.5 label may have 80% gone, only 10% left or 40% left. So then also definitions really don't fit into the categories. So we has to define that. So one of our friend doctor is keto diet guy. Now when you reduce sugars and carbs, blood sugars will get better. And he say I can fix any diabetes. But if his pancreas is only 20%, I can reduce the load as much as you want, but a little bit of sugar, insulin is always required. So, and little change in the diet. One day I go to a restaurant and eat enough rice, my blood sugar will shoot up because my pancreas is bad. Another interesting thing is somebody says I can reverse diabetes in 3 months or 10 days. See, my blood sugar is 200. I am type 2 diabetes. 7 days, this 200 can become 100. No problem. But this does not mean it is reversed. Reversal means if I eat sugar, it does not go to 200. This needs a work on the mitochondria. 6-9 months at least. Serious effort. It's not that easy to revive the poor engine. But people claim short-term glycation improved or reverse. Reversal means I eat a rasgulla, my blood sugar should not become haywire. That is a reversal. That will take some time.
After GTT also.
Correct.
So nowadays they are using Monjaro.
Yes. Well, what is Terapizide, Monjaro? So this is called. Now, one thing is it slows down the food movement into the stomach. Thereby, I may not get hungry, or my blood sugar is not rise as rapidly as it is because my digestion is slowed down. My digestion is going down because of GLP-1s. So food in the stomach retaining longer period of time. It can also cause something called temporary paralysis of the intestines. So I am somehow making my blood sugar better. So blood sugar is better, but my digestion may go for a toss. Second is, it will increase glucose dependent insulin. As my glucose increases, it will ask the pancreas, pressurize the pancreas to increase more insulin. Then also my temporary sugars will come better, and I force the sugars into the pancreas cells, mitochondria. Third, it will work on the satiety center to reduce my hunger. Okay. Now, if somebody is 140 kilos, 160 kilos, whatever you and me can do, will do. The patient will lose patience in 3 months, 6 months. They will. It's fine to take a risk with these people. If somebody is 80 kilos, and if we can fix basics, and this 80 kilo becomes 70 kilo, which is good enough, then we don't have to bring this guy. So this is a relevant drug for relevant population. But people who are just doing it left, right, center will have the consequences faced. They will go through a bad period. See, life doesn't give things for free.
We have seen people with the medication having the deficiency. And now, starting this medication, we have one. Now they say you add protein.
Correct.
Protein diet to them.
Correct, sir. So they start losing a lot of muscle mass. See, one of the things they're losing weight is actually by losing muscle. So then they say compensatory, you take enough protein to retain your muscle and do enough exercise. So any
You should take low carbs also.
correct, high protein diet, low carb and high protein diet. See, if somebody is 180 kilos, I reduce the carbs, I increase the protein, I increase the weight training, it is relevant, it is okay. See, if somebody is not budging, somebody is not getting better, fine, we can bring this drug, but not for everybody. It's only for a short. But one of my patients, she was so adamant that you give me GLP-1. I said I will not give. She has IBS. Okay, ESR was 65. I refused. I said I will not give you any GLP-1. She's no. I have to lose weight. These are fancy ladies. Okay, they have to lose weight somehow. So I said I will not do it. She went to a doctor. She got intestinal paralysis. Then she is constipated for a week. No movement happening. No gas passing. She is troubled. She's then asking, do something about it. I said, what can I do? Go to your doctor. So this is a good drug for a relevant group, but for everybody it will have problem. But people want short.
They want this and then they are good.
Sometimes until they make mistakes, they will not learn.
Because they get results very fast.
Correct.
And they believe that's a God.
Okay. They will lose their eyes. They will lose their brains. They will lose their kidneys. Then they will have eye opening. We humans are like that only. Krishna has come, Rama has come. We are the same. Okay.
People recently have with yeast derived
Protein.
yeah. Like recently that
Correct. They say it is good, but I really don't know. Yeast fermented protein. They say it's easy to digest. I don't know. I have not tried that. Exactly. I don't know. You're right. I have a suspicion on that, but I don't know. I have not seen good and bad with that. So it's wrong for me to comment on it, but I really expect that it will cause problems. But hope it does not. Okay, we will take a break and then we resume for. So we started 4:30, 2:30. Okay, so now we finished 2 hours. Hanji, go on.
What I observed is a person who is diabetic is likely to perform and insulin.
Ah,
So he'll be on 80 or 90 degrees of insulin. So when he becomes initially by looking at the blood markers, he slowly stop the insulin.
correct.
So what I observed is they lose their weight very quickly rather than a normal individual.
Correct,
Right?
correct, correct.
How
So insulin will cause more fat depositions. Let's say I am already resistant of insulin. My body blood already has insulin. See, okay, now let's understand the science. Science of the phenomena. Regular medicine doctor says, I cannot fix resistance of insulin. I'm telling you, this is the reality. Endocrinologist will say, I cannot fix resistance of insulin. I can only give metformin, that's it. Beyond that, how do I still fix your blood sugar? Okay. I cannot fix your resistance of insulin, I cannot improve your mitochondria, except whatever metformin will do, but I still has to fix your blood sugar. So even you are type 2 diabetic, if your blood sugars are not okay, I'll give you insulin. My insulin is already high, and insulin is causing fat deposition. This is the nature of the insulin. It will make more fat, and it can cause more inflammation also. So it is on a type 2 diabetic case, if they're given more insulin, they will put on more weight, they put on more inflammation. So when you reduce that, it's easy for them to shed off. Correct. 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 Exactly. So artificially has. Well, we did not go to a very structured way of learning it, but I try to make a conversation out of it so that it will retain with you. Otherwise, this can be, and I will give you a presentation onto the group so that you post that you can. Solution is also there, low carb diet, all we discussed. So you can have a brief look at it post whenever you get a time.
In your clinic, how much percentage will be diabetes?
Not much, sir, 10-20%.
6 months they will see that they are lost their home.
Usually, patients they don't have enough patience. So whenever I take any patient in my clinic, I request them, if you want to work with me, work with patients. There's no point. You waste my time and money, your money. What is the so taking right patient is also important, sir, for us. Else we lose our sense. Sanity is lost. Especially, I think high flying people. I think you have a bigger challenge here.
They once they come here, they are
ठीक है. So we meet in 10 minutes.
4:30.
हाँ sir. For 40 we meet.
See, one case of Tiger. Okay. So you have fasting sugar is another one. HbA1c is 6.4. HSCRP is 13.7. It is very high. T3 is 1.68. T4 is 7.05. But TSH is 18.2. And prolactin is 28.
Will be okay.
It should be significant. Why is
So now, can you take the cursor to there?
reduce the percent?
We can
Now again to bring the
you bring the cursor here, sir. Actually, your screen got extended. Minimize it. Now open the second one. Okay. Now you take the cursor to that. Move from here. Go out. Then it will go there, sir. Is there? Now look at that screen, sir. Now you operate on that screen.
here, right?
Little left, sir. Little left. Any cases that we have to discuss today? we can start.
Yes, sir.
All right. So first, again, just like diabetes, we'll try to define the problem. Okay. So, what do we really mean by hypothyroidism, and what are the current um ways to diagnose it, and what is not enough in those diagnoses? Okay, so let us discuss that point. If we again find out the problem, we know what is wrong in the conventional thought process and what better can we do, then the solutioning is an easy part. Okay, so what do we really mean by hypothyroidism, and what is the current diagnosis measures that we do? Huh? Okay. So conventionally, if TSH is high, we consider hypothyroidism. Now, do you think it is a right thing to do? No. Correct. No, no. What they're doing is fine. They know what they're doing. We'll try to punch holes then. Let us put our thought and brain into it and think about it. Is okay, now we must be seeing reports. TSH is high, T3, T4 is normal. TSH is low, T3, T4 is normal. Okay. TSH is normal, T3, T4 is low. Okay. Correct, correct. So first, let us define the problem so that we have a better answer ki whether she really needs it and she can stop it or not. Now, in clinical practice, you will see TSH high, T4, T3 normal. TSH is low, T3, T4 is normal. TSH is normal, T3, T4 is low. What I'm trying to say is TSH hardly has any correlation with T3, T4. Okay, now in ideal world, hypothyroidism should mean my gland is not 3, 80% is T4, 20% is T3. If my T4 is low, which is majority of my hormone, if that is low, the reality is it is hypothyroidism. We are not coming to what is causing it. Okay. When do we diagnose anybody with hypothyroidism? When T4 is low. TSH may be relevant, most cases is irrelevant as a diagnostic measure. If TSH is high, T4 is low, it's fine. We can call somebody hypothyroidism. But if TSH is high, T4 is normal, why do we call the person hypothyroid? Because the gland is able to make it what it is supposed to make it. Exactly, exactly. Huh. Correct, correct, exactly. So, see, this is, I am, why I am putting so much emphasis on these mechanisms and understanding. They are doing what they are doing. We have to answer for their doing. We have to answer for their doing. If we don't have a better answer, wrong will continue because they continue what they're doing. So only we have to change what they are doing. So we have to equip ourselves better than them to have a better answer and a right answer. Else it will continue like that only. So a real hypothyroidism is when TSH is high and T4 is low. If my T4 is normal, my gland is able to make my T4 what is required. Why do I need to take T4? Gland is able to do what it's supposed to be doing. That's all that matters. Okay. How is that next? Next. Okay, before we get into the TSS story, want to give you a context. Somebody has puffy face, slow heartbeat, constipation, depression. We call them hypothyroidism. Depression can be there because other reasons also. Constipation can be there because other reasons also. Puffy face can be because of other reasons also. Just because these patterns are there in the patient does not mean it is hypothyroidism. Even though in the books it's like that. You get my point? Sometimes these set of symptoms are in the patient because they match in the category of hypothyroidism, we call it, but they may not necessarily be because of the hypothyroidism, or rather these problems could be causing the hypothyroidism. For example, puffy face is inflamed face and it's Hashimoto's. Now Hashimoto and hypothyroidism are two different things. Immune system is bad, then it start affecting the thyroid. So Hashimoto is immune system problem. May be a gland problem, may not be a gland problem. If somebody has ATG, AMA high, maybe 10 years it can be a gland problem. Today it may not be a gland problem. You get the difference? It's an immune problem. It may damage continuously and it becomes a thyroid problem also. Just because today the patient is diagnosed with ATG, AMA high, Hashimoto label is there, not necessarily gland is getting damaged. Okay, so if somebody has puffy face, maybe immune problem is there, and that immune problem persisting for 10 years may cause hypothyroidism. But hypothyroidism is not always causing puffy face. So we don't have to always think the way big books are telling us, but start looking beyond. Is that clear? Next slide. Going beyond the basics. Okay, this T4 is a very, very poor story. Very simplistic way. I am so lazy as a practitioner. I'm so dead lazy. TSH high, I give you a drug. I don't care why, what, good, bad, I'm not bothered. I had a patient where T4 was 14, TSH was 12, and the patient was on thyroxine and having palpitations. She's already hyperthyroidism with T4 14. Because TSH was high, she was given another thyroxine of I think 100 mcg, and she was palpitating, sweating. Okay, so we really, why I'm trying to give you examples as a practitioner. It's not about the degree. It's about the confidence. It's about the understanding. If we know what is the problem, we tell to our patient. Doesn't matter whether I have a degree, they will understand. Everybody is smart today. So we have to build a better understanding. Then the doctors, we can guide our society in a better direction. Okay. So TSH is not a thyroid hormone. It's a thing produced by the pituitary, and it can go high in other cases also. For example, T4, T3 is normal, TSH is high. One of the reason of TSH only high is inflammation. If TSH is high, Hashimoto's can be there. Inflammation can be there. Not necessarily hypothyroidism is there. It's very important to understand that. Okay. 90% of the thyroid related issues are caused by immune system, not the gland itself. So there's some damage happens to gland. So if we have to let's say Dr. Bhuvaneshwari asking, can we improve, can we stop the pill? If person is taking pill for 20 years, can we stop? No, I'm just saying, for her though you stop anyway. Okay, but I'm saying somebody is on 20 years of pill, can we stop it? I need to first verify the person is hypo or not. Now, if a person is hypo, actually T4 is low. I need to improve T4 before I can put the drug off. To improve the T4, I have to improve the gland. To improve the gland, I have to stop the damage. And damage is done by the immune system. So, large part of the problem lies in the immune system. So, diet, lifestyle, gut toxin becomes very, very relevant to any problem here also. Is that clear? Next, sir. So, TSH is often misunderstood. Okay. TSH can be influenced by many factors. Inflammation cytokines can increase TSH. Cortisol and stress physiology, if somebody is stressed out, TSH can go high without hypothyroidism. Circadian disruption, TSH can go high. Pituitary signaling alterations, medications, illness, all of that can go high. High TSH does not mean hypothyroidism, is what I'm trying to bring your attention to. So don't worry about it. Somebody is having hypothyroidism, TSH high, just fix the basics, it will come down. Baba Ramdev says, no, do Shitali pranayam and it will get better. It's just relaxing you. Inflammation, stress, cortisol comes down, TSH comes down. So in the first place, this patient was not supposed to be taking the thyroxine. If I falsely put anybody on drug, can I stop it? I can stop, no? It's already wrong diagnosis, wrong drug medication. I can stop it. What's the problem? But for some strange reason, endocrinologists will say, once you start with thyroxine medication, you cannot stop it. A very, very wrong, rudimentary, old style assumption. Like they say, no, my this gland is bad, my gallbladder is rudimentary, my what are the operation they do in the intestine? Appendix, rudimentary, you can remove it. No such thing. Is body such a fool that making gallbladder, making appendix? It is only our mind is rudimentary. Okay. So please understand, TSH can go high only because of these things also, not because of the hypothyroidism actually. It may be possible, may not be possible. So you cannot just decide based on TSH. Is that the point? If we have to decide if somebody is hypothyroid, we have to look at T4 because it is 80% of the hormone. Next. So you see TSH high with T4, T3 normal. You see TSH normal with low T3. So different lab combination you will see. If TSH was the right thing, TSH goes high, T3, T4 goes down. It should always be there in the labs, but it's not there in the labs. So TSH alone therefore cannot fully represent thyroid physiology. Are we on the same page? Next, sir. Now, okay, now there are two things you have to understand. We'll get into that also, but just before we get into that, I want you to very, very clearly understand this. If I am actually hypothyroid, which means my T4 is low. I'm actually hypothyroid, which means my T4 is low. Now, one possibility, a rare possibility is my gland is bad. If my gland is bad, I could be a lifelong candidate for pill. Fine, no problem. But that is a rare possibility that my gland is bad actually. Only 20% possibility that if my T4 is low, only 20% possibility approximately that my gland is actually bad. Why I am telling you this? when somebody says once you are on the pill, you have to be on the pill is a wrong assumption. If my gland is bad, that is the only thing, then I have to be on the pill for life. If my gland is not functioning, then only I have to be taking the pill. If my gland is not bad, today I take the pill, tomorrow I don't have to take the pill. Correct? Okay. Now, if my gland is okay, suppose my gland is okay, my T4 is still low. What are the reasons? My gland is okay, my T4 is low, I'm still hypothyroid. What are the potential reasons for it? One thing is the substrate. My gland needs iodine, tyrosine, selenium, zinc, iodine, things like that to make the hormone. I don't have iodine, I don't have selenium, I don't have protein, I don't have vitamin D. How will my gland make the hormone? It's not that machinery is bad, it just don't have the raw material. We want to make potato fries, but there is no potato. And we can test all of that. What is the problem? Right? If a patient is actually hypothyroid, the substrate can be missing. We feed the substrate, T4 goes up, pill can be off. So substrate is important. Second, next step. Now this is another important thing is T4 is an inactive hormone and T3 is an active hormone. T3 will go actually work. Okay. So 80 to 90% of the active T4 produced outside the gland, which means produce T4 and it has to convert into T3 in liver and gut and kidneys and all that. If liver is bad, gut is bad, even though the patient is taking T4 thyroxine pills, which is T4 inactive, the patient's symptom will still be there because liver, gut and all that is bad. This means if a person with actually hypothyroidism on the pill, they still have the symptoms because the primary issues which are there to convert T4 to T3 are still bad. So you cannot just give a pill and fix the patient. You still has to look at gut and liver and all that. Unfortunately, this is the way it is. Okay. Then this conversion will also need selenium, zinc, vitamin A, vitamin D. So without that also the patient will not feel better. It's not life, unfortunately, it's not simple. Not simple for the endocrinologist also, but they made it simple. Okay, next sir. Now, interesting, which is more important is, what does your T3 does? I have T3. What is this doing in my cells? Okay, it improves my mitochondria. It is causing mitochondrial biogenesis. T3 function is like an accelerator on the car. Okay. If mitochondria has to duplicate, biogenesis, replication of the mitochondria has to happen, T3 is important. But at the same time, if my car engine is bad, which means my mitochondria is bad, will I accelerate so much? I will not accelerate. So one possibility when the gland is okay, I don't make enough T4 is when I don't have substrate, nutrition. Second is when I have poor mitochondria. When my mitochondria is poor, to a poor energy status, gland will stop making so much T4. Not that gland is gone bad. It is only responding to the physiology demand. If my engine is bad, I slow down the acceleration. Is that clear? Okay. So cellular thyroid signaling depends on the mitochondrial health, receptor sensitivity, inflammatory cytokine nutrient. Let's say mitochondria is bad. receptor sensitivity is not there, inflammation is there, nutrition is less, mitochondria is not able to perform, T4 to T3 conversion will not happen, and T4 production can also go down. Both ways. It's accelerating the mitochondria, increase energy production. But if mitochondria is bad, the production of T4 will get bad, conversion of T4 to T3 get poor. Correct? Any questions? So if mitochondria are impaired, inflammatory signaling is high, cells may become resistant to thyroid hormone. Like resistance of there is insulin, but it's not working. Okay, so T4 is not only the solution. Okay, next. Now, what does T3 doing? Mitochondrial biogenesis, oxidative phosphorylation, ATP production, thermogenesis. This is what T3 doing for us. Okay, so if somebody has low T3, they will have weight gain, they will have constipation, they will have diabetes. Okay, at the same time, if mitochondria is bad, T3 becomes slow. So both ways it is like a feedback loop. Next slide. So, for let's say 0.4 to 1.8, a good number of T3 should be around 1 to 1.2 for a young healthy person. So even less than 1 is actually going low. For example, T4 range is good enough. 4 to 8 to 12 is a good number. More than 8 is a good number for T4. Anything less than 6 is a problem. And then if it goes beyond range, it's a bigger problem. Okay. So what I'm saying, to summarize, if I'm actually hypothyroid, my T4 should be low along with high TSH. Or if high TSH is not there, doesn't matter. If T4 is low, I'm hypothyroid. Second is, hypothyroid does not always mean my gland is bad. It can be mean I don't have enough substrate to produce hormone, or I don't need so much of hormone. My physiology is weak. Let's say I have undergone a fever for 10 days. I undergone tremendous infections. I'm slowing down, I'm resting. Will my T4 be high or low? Low. So it's like I don't need so much acceleration now. I will slow down. My T4 will also come down. Let's say somebody has gone under sickness and they go to doctor. And endocrinologist will not look at the sickness, will look at the report. Report will say low T4. He will say you need a drug. But actually, this is only to respond to the physiology. The person is weak. Now the person start running. The person start exercising. Demand will increase. T4 will go up. If substrate is there. Is that fair? Next slide. So, it increases mitochondrial number, it increases oxygen consumption, it increases ATP production and heat generation. Therefore, T3 or thyroid hormone affects the body through the mitochondria. So, mitochondria again becomes important here. So, what I told you in the beginning, if you make the mitochondria healthy, a lot of the problems taken care. If mitochondria is poor, or somebody has insulin resistance, which indirectly means mitochondria is poor, T4, T3 will keep low. Doesn't matter what you do. It will not come up. If I give T4 thyroxine, my T3 is still be poor because my mitochondria is poor. So why TSH can rise during inflammation? It can affect the hypothalamus pituitary thyroid axis. Cytokines like interleukin 6, TN alpha, all of these can affect the pituitary to make more TSH. Okay, but thyroid gland may be okay. So if TSH is high, T4, T3 is okay, think about inflammation. Something is going on. Okay, or stress can cause it, high TSH, only high TSH. Fair? Is that clear? Make sense? Okay, sir. Next. The next is low T4 does not mean thyroid failure. Only 20% of cases actually gland has gone bad where T.
During the treatments of that, that's why it's not usually when the doctor says it's so ready back. First time, because of that, I so till the doctor is the first thing you have to do. Now, how to convince him that and because of the real accident,
Correct.
but most of them will be normal. Thyroid will be okay. Blood thinner, not like it, most of them.
True. Only
You know, there is no history of nothing.
correct. See, only challenge is because it's a 9-month period. It's just we don't want to take a risk to the baby. Maybe what they're doing is already a risk on the baby. If I do something which I'm not sure about, so I don't really say anything to pregnant ladies. But let's say today I'm on a pill. Okay, if I stop the pill, what will happen? Nothing. At least if worse can happen, my energy will drop or my TSH will go up. That's all will happen. Nothing major will happen. So we can experiment with us or adults basically. Okay. See, this is all science. This is all in the theory, but not so much practically practiced. Okay. So we can only practice these things by understanding theory on a relatively a population which is, even if we make a change, nothing major will happen to them. But if it's a pregnant woman, what you're saying is absolutely right. Body is slowing down.
We cannot come to the
Huh?
something happens to baby. Now, according to date protocol, we from the authority. But now we know that it's
Correct.
So we take any practice. They said we stop at least.
Huh.
And we take any scare and nothing happens. Only this is the legal.
That's why I'm saying, I will see. We are unfortunately fighting against a big lobby, which has legal implications. Okay, so and we don't have an authority per se. So our job only comes as a educator. We will not prescribe, we will not stop, but we can educate. So we at least we can educate to a patient who is having on a pill. But if a pregnant woman having on a pill, we can leave them alone for some time. Now, they have a legal protection. Okay, even a person has a wrong outcome. Doctor can say, "This is my degree. This is my protocol. I was following my protocol. What can I do?" Nothing will happen to him or her. Okay, so they are legally protected by the vaccine. After vaccine injury, if anybody passes, legally protected. Okay, so that way we has to be mindful of what we're doing in which sort of a subgroup of people. So pregnant women, your logic is absolutely correct. I stand by it. But I will also, if a pregnant woman comes to me, I will not stop their medication just because for 9 months, I really don't have the data for them. But for adult person, take a call. Okay. Now, if T4 is actually low, there are only 20% cases where actually gland is bad. In lot of people, T4 can be low when they are on a low calorie diet. Somebody is not eating, metabolism is low, T4 will also be low. It does not mean that gland has gone bad. It simply means the body don't need so much T4. So, gland is just responding to the physiology. T4 can be low when deficiency of the substrate nutrients are not enough for the gland to make it. When the body is under chronic stress, then also T4 can come low because mitochondria is poor. Mitochondrial dysfunction can also lead to low T4. Liver dysfunction can lead to low T4. Chronic illness can lead to, so body may reduce thyroid hormone activity as an adaptive metabolic response. Gland is not bad. So point I'm trying to make is somebody on 20 years of medication of thyroxine. This does not mean the gland is bad. If the gland is not bad, can you put the medication off eventually? Can you basically reverse? When we say reversal, we want to stop the medication. If my gland is not bad, can I stop the medication? Correct? I work on the stress, I work on the mitochondria, I work on the nutrition, I improve T4, TSH comes down. Why do they have to take a drug? Correct? It's easy decision making then if we understand the nuances of the science.
We have seen a couple of patients
Achha.
stopping the drugs in their body. Taking is a reducing question mark, right? So there is it could be possible. If you're able to manage it without
Correct. So,
yeah, patient symptoms.
so I am saying when we have to suggest to stop the drug, we run the investigation. If they really are hypothyroid, first of all, lot of people are actually not hypothyroid, only TSH is high. They are not hypothyroid and they are on a drug. They are not hypothyroid, they are on the drug. They should not be using the drug because it's a hormone. If we are any hormone excess in the body can be a problem. Just like estrogen can cause cancer. There's some data coming up. People who are taking the thyroxine drug without the need of it, they may get cancers. Some data is coming up. So we are exposing a person to a hormone when they don't need a hormone. So majority of the people that you will encounter, they are not hypothyroid in the first place. That T4 is okay. And they're still, just like Dr. Bhuvaneshwar is saying, TSH is 5. Okay. And the doctor wants to give 50 mcg when T4 is normal. Another important thing I want to tell, if I am 20 years old, okay, 3 to 3.5 TSH is okay. Okay. If I'm 30, 3 to 4 is okay. If I'm 60, 6 to 7 is okay. See, as my age is growing, my metabolism will slow down. That is nature. My TSH will a little bit can come up. Every person's TSH cannot be 2.5 to 3. Okay. If I don't have a symptom, my energy is okay, I sleep well, my TSH is 6. Is it really a problem? TSH is not a marker for hypothyroidism, first of all. Okay. And people are over treating it on the top of it. If my TSH is 20, fine, let me think about it. But if I am 40, 5 to 6 is okay number for me, I don't have energy problems, my sugars are okay. Why do I have to bring my TSH to 2.5? With age, metabolism is reducing. We cannot match the same metabolism at somebody in 20s. So that is also something we have to keep that in mind. So if Dr. Bhuvanesh's patient she is 50 years old, 5.5 is TSH, she is absolutely okay for the age. She don't need a thyroxine at all, until unless temporarily use when symptoms are there. If she is fatigued, low energy, things like that, then we can think about it. So I'm saying 80% of the patients on the drug, they don't need the drug. And many of the times, if T4 is actually low, it is only responding to the physiology, which is low nutrition, stress, liver, mitochondria. You work on these things, your patient's numbers will get better. Okay. So majority of the people don't have a glandular failure, which means somebody tells me once you are on the pill, you have to be lifelong on the pill, means my gland has failed. But majority don't have a glandular failure. There is no failure of the gland. Gland is okay, majority of the cases, until unless surgically removed. Okay. Next, sir. Now, if my T4 is okay, my T3 is low, then body is converting the T3 into reverse T3, and reverse T3 is inactive hormone. Now, again the same logic, I don't need so much metabolism because of the problems in my body. My body will turn the T3 into reverse T, which is the inactive hormone. So if I have infections, if I have chronic trauma, inflammation, low restriction diet, calorie restriction diet, toxins, stress, when my body is under a stressful period because of various reasons, my metabolism is slowing down, my body is rising up the reverse T3, protective. Why would I accelerate when my mitochondria is bad? So if we have to improve the T4 to T3 conversion, we have to work on this. Remove the infection, improve nutrition, reduce inflammation, reduce the stress, feed enough calories. Now, a lot of people go on a calorie restriction diet. Initially, they lose weight. Then they're stagnant. They don't lose anymore because low calorie diet long term will kill their metabolism. Body goes into survival mode. It becomes a problem. So bringing back to normal metabolism itself is a big kill. It'll take a lot of time. So we need to be very, very pakka on these basics. Next, sir. So when is the gland actually gone bad, which is a rare 20% cases? Hashimoto's may take 20 years to kill the gland. Now, interestingly, in allopathy world, somebody is diagnosed with Hashimoto's. Okay. Now, doctor thinks or he explains to the patient, today you have an autoimmune problem. This will kill your gland in any case. Let me give you thyroxine now only. You understand? I cannot fix your autoimmunity. I cannot fix your Hashimoto's. Let me already give you a thyroxine pill. Antibodies will increase inflammation. Inflammation will increase TSH. T4, T3 is still okay. But doctor mind is saying autoimmunity will not be corrected. Your gland will be destroyed in 20 years. Let me just give you now only. You understand? It is not even required today. Let's say my gland deteriorates in 20 years. Fine. After 20 years, I can take a drug if required. No problem. Why do I have to take it now? But my smart logic says, let me fix you now only. And you be on the drug. And sometimes, just to manage TSH, one day 100 mcg, another day 120 mcg, another day 150 mcg, Only the story is to fix TSH number on the lab. Patient is still unwell, patient is still sick, all the symptoms are there. Only TSH is 2.5, 3.5, 2.5, 3.5. Because thyroxine will reduce TSH for some reason. But the autoimmunity is still there, hypothyroidism, whatever it is, because of whatever, is still the reasons are still same. So I'm just trying to tell you this. When you encounter these patients, we have to explain to them. Thyroxine is only reducing your TSH. Rest of the problem is still there. Autoimmunity is still there. Deficiencies are still there. Stress is still there. Mitochondria poor is still there. All of that is still there. B12 is required for the mitochondria. If mitochondria is poor, T4 becomes poor. So improving the nutrition, improving the mitochondria, T4 goes up. And next, sir. So next, what other thing can damage the gland? Graves, long-standing iodine deficiency, goiter, surgery, or so. Point is, very less chances your patient will have actually a dead gland. Very less chances, 10-20%. So good news, in almost 80% of your cases where a person is on your pill, you fix the basics, the pill can be off. 80% cases, pill can be off.
Done this one. Now, how to approach this one? See, taking one day, see that one time looks very easy. We can go like this. Once we're taking with multiple conditions.
See, ultimately, what are we saying? On a practical note, okay? What is that we have to do? There are 100 problems. What do I do? The fixed thing I can do. Lifestyle. In lifestyle, what I am trying to tell, more sunlight, more darkness. That's all. Get up in the morning, walk around, get up in the sun, walk around, sleep at the right time, have darkness. That's all I'm saying. Second priority, hydration. Take your RO water, put into a glass bottle, put some salt into it, drink it. Important. Third is food. I say no gluten, no dairy, no sugars. 2 meals a day, no snacking. Weight will reduce, inflammation will reduce, mitochondria will get better, weight on the joints will get better. Next is infections. I test microbiome, I find out these are the infections, I start cleaning them out and start using probiotics. Next is toxins. I test heavy metals, aluminium, mercury, arsenic. Okay. And nutrition. You test vitamin D, B vitamins, selenium, iodine, things like that. That's all you have to do. 100 problems, 2 problems. Ah.
Now, before I started because 100% right, that's on day one.
Ah.
Because I don't know what
Ah.
problem. So, how many months or days I should wait to get like that? But I asked him about 1 month problem. After that, we use USS. So, we'll understand.
Well, that is our protocols. For example, any patient comes to me, before I start up the case, I get the test done. On correct, correct.
Now, if I test any blood test, diabetes is very, vitamin D is low, B12 is low, then all things are low. So then, putting with all the medication about the
Yeah, we can do that. See, there is always something we have to be careful about. Okay, but somebody is having diabetes and on medication or metformin. If metformin is there, if I improve the sensitivity of insulin, he will not go into hypoglycemia. I don't have to worry. but a patient is on insulin, then I have to tell him, if I'm changing your diet, your blood sugars can go down, hypoglycemia can happen. You have to be very careful about your insulin dosing. As and when required, you have to drop your insulin. Similarly, if I'm working with the hypertension patient, as I fix this, metabolism gets better, artery becomes better, his BP can drop. I have to tell him that you be careful with your drugs. That can be always. Now somebody is taking painkillers for back pain. I fix this, inflammation gets better, back pain gets better. He can stop that.
So primarily intervention is
हाँ sir, exactly.
but how do you make it very precise and see that also use following markers?
Correct sir. Correct sir. Exactly.
So that you are also confident that
Correct.
intervention is working.
Correct.
Patient is also confident that you can see those results.
Correct. Exactly. See, doesn't matter if I'm working with Parkinsonism or Alzheimer's or this. My goal is to allow the body to heal, to bring the body into homeostasis, so body can start healing. Okay. Clinically, this is what is required. All these stories is to convince the mind on the other side that I can fix your problem. Today, people come to with 100 questions. Oh, my doctor has said this, so this had happened, that had happened. How will I stop the medication? How will this happen? Then you have to have this science to convince that mind. Practically, these points. That's it. So start with the basics. See, it is also our confidence. See, when I started my practice 10 years back, I started with the diet lifestyle. I said, change your diet lifestyle, but there were people who gotten better. There were still people who were not getting better. Then I had to add nutrition into it, supplements. Then some people are getting better, some are not getting better out of them. Of course, ratio will improve, but there's always a tendency of people not getting better. Then infections, then chelation, then regeneration. So all of that. Over a period of time, we keep. You will have better outcomes, but somebody is still not getting better. Then you add new components to your treatment. So start with wherever you think. You want to have 5 components, 6 components at a one shot, no problem. You want to have 3 components at one shot, no problem. That is absolutely our pick. But data is important. More data we produce, more confidently we can suggest these things. Because these things are expensive also. Drugs are manufactured at a higher scale, much cheaper they are. They don't fix it, but numbers are there fixing it. Like that. So what is the takeaway so far for thyroid? What is the takeaway? 80% of our patients don't need a pill, which technically gives us a confidence that if a patient comes to me, by far majority, I can stop their pill. See, people want the answer for it, no? Can you stop my pill? 80% cases I can say I can stop your pill. And it is not risky because they don't even need it. But it makes me a better doctor because I'm able to stop it. Well, they were not needing it. So recently I had a young 30-year-old man. He was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. Okay. He could not think clearly. He was forgetting things. Based on the symptoms, the neurologist gave a diagnosis of Alzheimer's. Okay. Now this patient came to me. I did these things 3 months. He's functioning normal. He thinks my Alzheimer gone. But can you really think Alzheimer will go away in 3 months? Okay. Now, as a doctor, oh my God, I fixed my Alzheimer. But actually, it is only function. There's not a actual degeneration in the brain. It is only functionally the cells were not performing. I fixed the basics. Cells started performing. Degeneration was not there. The patient is out of Alzheimer's, so-called Alzheimer. It was a wrong diagnosis. Similarly, a lot of people were coming to us with wrong diagnosis of hypothyroidism. They're not even hypothyroid. This is important for us to understand. Make sense? Now, in cases where actually gland is bad, so in cases where actually when the gland is bad and the patient needs a long-term therapy, which is fine, specific cases when gland is very bad, but we still has to work on the basics. That is, somebody's T4 is very low, less than 4, we give the replacement, fine. One part of the job is done, but we still has to make their digestion better, their leaky gut better, their nutrition better, their infections better. That job is still has to be done. Just giving a T4 does not take away the problem anyway. Let's say gland is bad because of some problem. Now I replace the hormone, the problem is still pending. To make the human work better, we still has to do what we have to do, that we are trying to do, fix these things. And next step. Now therapeutic strategies, what is that we can do? For thyroid dysfunction, hypothyroidism, zinc is important, selenium, iodine, vitamin A, D, B complex, tyrosine, and mitochondrial support. This is important. You will have the PPT, okay? Next, sir. If any inflammation is there, and inflammation is because of the poor gut health, poor infections, autoimmunity, metabolic, you can work on that. Next, sir. Now, another interesting thing is, if actually the gland is bad, can you repair the gland? One is you need a pill, fine, we take that. No, we don't contest that. But can you improve the destroyed gland? If a gland is actually destroyed, can we improve that? This is where peptide therapy can be useful. Okay. Nowadays there is something called organ capsules available. Young animal thyroid capsules are available. Okay. They will have hormone, they will also have thyroid peptide into it. And when we take them, they can improve our gland. Majority are not actually hypothyroid. If somebody is really hypothyroid, we improve the nutrition, stress, things like that. If still doesn't get better, we may try peptide also to help them improve their gland function. Next, sir. So to summarize, what are the nutrients the thyroid gland needs? Iron, iodine, zinc, selenium, vitamin E, B vitamin, C, tyrosine, magnesium, omega. These are nutrients. If a patient has insulin resistance, we have to work on that. If patient has autoimmunity, we have to work on that. If patient has chronic stress, we have to work on that. This will eventually help the scenario of the hypothyroidism. Okay, this is gist of the matter. See, we can always fix that, but if we have the background of the whole information that body is, if body is making less T4, there could be a reason for it, not always a pathology for it. Then we are on the right track. Every number which does not look normal does not really mean it is bad. It just, for time being, does not look okay. Okay, now let's spend some questions. Time on questions. See, if you understand the problem, fixing is not a problem. You know these are the things you have to fix, and there are various ways to fix it. I'm not giving you protocols for a reason. I want we all start thinking for a reason. Once we know the reason, you can build your own protocols. Okay, so let's ask questions on the thyroid. Anything and everything. If I have the answer, I'll give you. If I don't have, I'll tell you I don't have answer. It can. See, sometimes these people are on thyroxine pills. Sometimes, okay. Ultimately, if NT-TPO is high, we have to fix the autoimmunity. Autoimmunity again, hybrid food, leaky gut, infections and toxins. Okay. Sometimes low iodine and low selenium can also contribute to high NT-TPO. So maybe iodine supplementation and selenium supplementation may improve NT-TPO also. See, there is no any problem. There is always a multifactorial thing. There is not never a one thing. Okay. So whatever test we can do. Rest anyways we do a groundwork. It's like carpet bombing. I don't know how the exact target, but I know the area of the problem. I can bomb in that. Same issue.
Last year, I was a patient, like I think 4 8.
Ah.
We got every started seller syndrome. For next 3 to 4 months, we need to keep for about 300.
Ah.
Then after 2 3 months, again it started increasing. You know what? First point I want to know is the reason why it is increasing. Now sometimes autoimmune sometimes problems play out. It can become understanding. Already I know this is helping for some time. Now why the rebound?
No. See, first of all, are we taking into account all possible reasons for it? Food can cause a problem. Leaky gut infections can cause a problem. Toxins, which is always missing in most of the cases, can cause a problem. Now, a lot of time I'll tell you, okay, lead is there in the blood. We have tested, for example, it's 40. And the patient has 400 NT-TPO. Okay. But this patient has 40 lead in the blood. It may have a higher levels of deposits in the bones and tissues. Okay. I start the treatment. 3 months, this lead becomes 80 in the blood because the body finds nutrition to detox and starts shedding off or offloading the tissue toxin load to the blood before it goes out. Now, in response to this, the antibodies become double because toxin went up. Sometimes you start cleaning the infection. Infection cleanup will make the things more muddy. Toxic waste will come to the blood. Antibodies will rise up. It's a response to the problem. Okay. So these variables, but if we know there are 10 reasons behind it, whether we have real data for it or we don't have, we work towards it, most likely, gradually we keep seeing the reduction into the problem. Now let's say some flare up happened. There could be some possibility, some explanation to it. We just has to keep digging to it. Sometimes some viral infection has come. Patient got some viral infection 7 days. He has not even reported that viral infection to come, but he came up with a higher number of antibodies. Autoimmunity viral infection is a very common thing. Okay. So that way something is there which we just has to keep capturing into our database.
Circadian rhythm, stress, sleep, everything influence the thyroid function.
Correct.
But people in IT field and all, they'll be like having night shifts. How to treat them?
We cannot. They will suffer. So this is a reality of the world, right? We are not here to work in IT field as humans, okay? We have a purpose to do, but we are behind money. Right, see, this is, I am very, when a patient comes to me, I can't sleep, I can't do, I have to work, I have to make, either you make money or you be careful of, priority has to be important. A patient comes to us, we have to make them understand the priority of their health. They cannot have health as a priority in the third level. They will never get better. Because they're not even in tune to the health. It's secondary for them. Let them be. Can we fix everybody? We can only fix anybody who's willing to get fixed. See, these are all stories. Practically all stories. A story is powerful for the mind to understand that they can heal. Because there's a counterproductive story told by the medical system, you cannot heal. Once you have diabetes, you be on the drugs for life. Once you have hypothyroidism, your TSH is high, you have to be on the thyroxine for life. Okay. If you have IBS, you cannot heal. If you have hypertension, you cannot heal. It's a very powerful story they are saying for 50 years now, or 60 years now. Okay. We have to tell a better story with better data to same mind so that he start feeling more secure and his mind start manifesting health. But out of that, somebody says, I don't want to be healthy. Recently, I had a patient from Mumbai, rich people. 3 months, she would have fungal infections repeatedly. She was losing hair, multiple things, but one of the things is fungal infections repeatedly. And she takes 3 days of antifungal, comes back, gets better. I told, now in 3 months, she's almost 50% better. Okay, and she don't want to continue treatment now. She knows that she is getting better. She knows that her habits are getting better, but somewhere she's feeling threatened that who will give me the respect of being sick now? So sick people get sympathy, no? I had a mother with a child, okay, autism. Child almost gotten 50% better. She stopped the treatment. Who will give the sympathy? Oh, poor mama, you have a child with autism. Now the autism is gone. Who will respect the mama now anymore? So I'm saying this is a mindset. So when we are dealing with people, it's not only a treatment we are doing, we are dealing with the mind also. So consider that part also. This is only giving us a good story. Next, sir. So like I was saying, chronic stress can reduce your T4 temporarily. If your patient has low T4, it could be chronic stress, which you have to work on the mind. Next, sir. Body needs nutrition. If nutrition is low, T4 can be low. Next, sir. Your gut can cause inflammation. Inflammation can cause low T4. T4 to T3 conversion can become poor. So we have to, you cannot avoid gut in any case. Disinfections can cause inflammation. This infection can also cause autoimmunity, which is linked to Hashimoto's. Next, sir. Well, this is, you know, the story. Next, sir. They can, see, another thing is very important to understand practically. All these metals, okay, and chlorine and fluorides in the toothpaste and the swimming pool, we have chlorine. They all can stop the functioning of the thyroid gland hormones. Okay. Now, when you start removing them, and one of the way to remove the toxins out of the thyroid gland is giving iodine. And when you give iodine, these toxins will come out and antibodies can increase. Okay. So detoxification process temporarily can increase a flare up and autoantibody number can be worse. So
most of the net and this one, how is it going to body?
Correct, correct.
You take to hotel, go to the city, go to metro, carbon, whatever it is.
Yeah.
That everything is absorbed.
Wow.
Under the blue seal, whatever the paper. So our skin can absorb it very quickly.
Correct. Next, sir. This is anyways, this is important for the mitochondria. So now again, diabetes was about mitochondria. This is also about mitochondria. Next, sir. Now, Exposure to artificial blue light at night can potentially cause changes in the thyroid hormone, thereby T4 to T3 conversion can get bad. Okay, mobile phones can cause it. It can also make your TSH high, right? Stress hormone response. Cortisol will become high. Evening cortisol should be low. But if you're on the mobile phone looking at videos which is exciting us, cortisol can go high and TSH can go high. And false hypothyroidism. It's not actually hypothyroidism. But if you take the report to a doctor, pill is there waiting for you. Okay, so next. So well, ultimately same thing. Okay, you work on the gut, you improve the immune response, improve the microbiome, improve the nutrition, reduce the toxins. That's all we have to do. Don't complicate too much. Okay, don't think about so many variables. Start with whatever the easiest variable we can work with. Change their lifestyle. Let them sleep better. Reduce some bad food. Not 100%, some bad food you reduce. And little by little, gradually work on the next. Again, summary. We need those nutrients, conversion problem, autoimmunity, receptor problem. That's all in the thyroid. But this is so much complicated if you don't get it. But it's so much simpler if we have the right reasoning behind it. Okay, questions. Let's spend more time on questions. Okay, now, how stress can increase TSH? How stress will increase TSH? Cortisol. Correct. Correct. Stress will increase cortisol, will increase TSH. HPS. Okay. So sometimes these are few fundamentals we have to keep in mind when we are counseling our patients. See, I'm telling you, when you're talking to a patient, we should look more smarter than a 2-minute prescription doctor. Then they believe us. Nobody want to take a pill. I'm telling you, nobody want to take a pill. But they are so scared. If I quit the pill, what can happen? Okay. But if we as wellness practitioners and open-minded practitioners, we are able to confidently create a picture for them. What can happen if you stop it for 10 days? Nothing will happen. Who don't want to stop that? Okay. But only, yes, sir. Absolutely.
So traditionally what happens, will not be able to keep them together.
Correct.
But the things. So I think most important for us is to see, go beyond those that we
Correct. Sir.
have, then connect with the
Correct.
we have a connect videos to model.
Correct. Sir.
They are your
Correct. Sir. Correct.
you should see how these different platforms, where you should be able to take from these that
Correct.
as you said, will be able to take the day or how the element of the next or currently this is
Correct.
go back to the hydration.
Hmm.
How do you educate? I always give my example in my home. During my childhood, I used to work
Ah,
medical representatives would come.
right.
They always come with them,
Ah,
flip.
correct,
He's got 10 minutes of
correct,
really experience 6 different drugs. Leaves the sample. He gets up.
correct,
It is about 5 He doesn't take any time at all.
correct,
Even the doctor has explained too much because you know that it's kind of not about it.
correct,
So the way they explain during the 5-10 minutes of conversation is both the grammar, visual,
correct,
and he leaves 2-3
Correct.
verses about the
correct,
medicine unstable, philosophy.
correct,
I don't know what we but literature is there, medicine is there. Stop and I will come back to these happens. So somewhere I think over a period of educating the patients in these so I would recommend sometime come and stay here for 2 days or 3 days. Go to the whole
correct, sir,
process
correct, sir,
from morning 5:30, come with the family.
correct. We can do it, sir.
5:30 to
Yeah.
evening 7 o'clock. Just have a first time experience.
Sure, sir.
So, I mean, somewhere we need to see that these switch points.
Correct, correct,
So, everyone uses his own language.
correct, correct,
Currently, what happens is each individual
correct,
speaks.
correct.
We should be scripted. Our conversation.
Yeah, yeah,
And the stress should be scripted. Everybody talks the same language.
correct,
I mean, when we talk about lifestyle, everybody speaks the same language.
correct,
Same.
exactly,
Then only it will be able to bring the everyone resistance to it.
correct, sir.
See, we do have health talks. It's not been very well accepted. Hardly we see about it.
Right.
But yes, we know we need to improve there. But is that the way we can push certain amount of things? People are digitally very well at it's very easy to push those information.
Correct,
And once they understand, I think 50% to their health.
it's a fundamental, sir.
I have typically seen in many of the other things before they come. There is a book written by
Correct, correct,
I request them to pick up, buy that book and read.
correct,
Whoever has read that book and came,
Hmm.
that's fantastic.
correct, correct.
They know, they understand. So, like the number of us, we can't write any prescription, no book. Those days are
No,
gone.
no, no.
So, doctors in this should take additional couple of steps, pay in the healing therapy.
Yeah. See, now any patient, before I take them on my treatment, I do a discovery call of 10 minutes. He will tell me the problem. I help them connect the dots, why the problem is there, and why the problem and how the problem should be resolved. In 10 minutes, I do that job. I have diabetes, this is the 10 things here. I have to connect all the dots. I have eczema, I have histamine, I have palpitation, I have to grab all the information, make story out of it, what is the possible reasons of that, and how it should be fixed in 10 minutes. Now, if he is convinced, pay me money, we'll take it to the next step. Now, when they come, pay the money, get the test, we evaluate all the test, we look all the symptoms, then on the call, we create another story. Your symptoms is this, these are your markers showing these problems, these are the contributing factors to it. And what is the action plan that this will let resolve this? Without story, they're doing any facility, we have the patient, we can really learn and do something phenomenal, which is, see, if we have to fight for one MBBS seat, so many players are there, but today is all empty. वो लोगों ने छोड़ दिया इसको खाली. We can become any expert. So that is why I'm spending so much time to go into the details of it. I could just give you one protocol. Do selenium, do iodine, do this, do that, and the third T4 will get better. But it is not enough.
So many cases like that, I have cases before and still
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. See, body can repair, regenerate. It is always doing it. But as we are aging, our capacities will go down. This is the nature of the body. Is my body okay for my age? What we have to think first. And the number should be for my body, and symptoms should be less. That is how also we have to consider that, age and lifestyle of the person. Okay, questions team. See, we are only getting one time in a month, and then I am to second time, probably one more time. Okay, maybe that's it. I am trying to put extra pressure on you so that, see, we learn under pressure. If pressure is there, we learn. Else we take it easy. See, we all want to be in the comfort zone, and repeated things are easy. It's just on the fingertips. Every day we're doing the same repeated things. It's easy. But only we learn when we break our patterns. Now, we're making you sit constantly 4 hours. It's tiring for me also. You're sitting, I'm standing. Very tiring for me. You generally don't stand. But I want to put you under pressure so that, some spark can happen. So questions. So when you question, it doesn't matter what question is right, wrong, but it will instill a new discussion. That's all. And we'll talk about the discussion. Some relevant points will come out of it. If you don't ask, I don't know whether what I'm saying is gibberish or English. See, words has no meaning. What I'm saying has a different meaning for you, a different meaning for you. Words has no meaning otherwise. It is what you make in your mind. But when you question it, I know the right meaning is being there. Else I don't know.
Maybe once we complete your session,
Haan, sir.
just like when we look at example is doing well, what are the consequences of it?
That's it.
So then we go on and see and say,
Huh.
normally many of sleep conditions. So how we short
How we can. Huh.
or we do something.
Correct, sir.
So in terms of the example of the diseases, so maybe we have not gone in relation to the contributions, but still have those added on.
Correct, sir. We can look at the benefits of each supplement. We can look at the deficiency, what it looks like by each supplement. What are the different foods we can bring to supplement that from the food side. But generally, because digestion is poor, food doesn't become body, can we bring in nutraceuticals for our help, not as a replacement. Only it's like somebody needs a little bit of support. We give them support till their digestion becomes better and food becomes them. Can be done, sir. See, as practitioners,
Lot of people
yes, I use it, sir. When I don't have answer, I have to go and. But AI is such a thing. If I don't know what I'm expecting, I will be lost. But if I have some frame of mind, this is the problem. This kind of answer I'm expecting, and I use AI, then I have a right track. Else. For example, recently I have a patient where bone marrow is suppressed. Delhi-based colonel is there, old retired colonel, is bone marrow suppressed. So this is going into leukemias. Okay. Now, for some, I have not treated anybody before this problem. Now, for this guy is already put on chemotherapy, but one of the family friends want them to see me so that I can come up with some alternate solution. Now, this is a very hardcore kernel with the very structures in their head because the army training like that. So I have to sit with the data, whatever data I had, and try to connect how this guy has developed this leukemia. And one of the things is bone marrow suppression. Using AI, I built a story, which is a true story based on the details of the data. Now, this guy has one thing I could only figure out. This guy has very high IgE, 600 of IgE. That means high inflammation in the body. Now, literature says high inflammation can suppress the bone marrow. Now, this information came from through ChatGPT. Sometimes we end up but then now this guy don't want to take any chemotherapy. He quit all chemotherapy now. Took me 3 calls before he could change his mind. Okay, so technology can really help assimilate data better for us. Correct, sir? Yes.
Sometimes we need to make it first small.
Correct, sir.
We need to hold the patient.
हाँ सर.
Not that it was coming and giving you a good diet, and giving you the silence. You're not doing justice to it.
Yeah, we.
You want to see what
Nobody taught me these things. A lot of people have done courses. I have not done any course. No functional medicine course I have done. Just inquisitive mind. I was not happy with the answer given to me. I'm still not happy. There should be better answer. That's all. We just has to be. And today, lucky I'm telling you, ChatGPT can give you far better answers than me. But we need to know what the question is. What is the answer I'm expecting? Else, I'll be lost. Yeah. Yes. No. See, heavy metals will contribute to autoimmunity. They will contribute to poor immune system. They will contribute to poor metabolic. Now that 3 things may turn into any disease.
Can you just tell me what is basic test? Not what is basic test. What basic? So that
how much does it cost this training?
Thyrocare sir, 2,000 rupees. 2,000 rupees, Thyrocare. Most of them. So let's see now, we have spent enough time. Okay, now a patient has come to me with thyroid problems. What is the bare minimum I have to test for? Now we discuss about liver health. Okay, so I need to know the OTPT, SGOT, SGPT, alkaline phosphatase. We discuss about insulin connection. Then I need to know fasting insulin, HbA1c, blood sugar. Okay. If I cannot do microbiome testing, but I can do CBC. Okay. CBC, if lymphocytes is high, typically any chronic patient lymphocytes typically will be high. Okay. That means some infection is going on. Okay. So this will, if parasite infection is going on, eosinophils will be high. Okay. Then we discussed about heavy metals. So the 22 metals test is there on Thyrocare. Then nutrition, bare minimum D, B12. Huh. Correct. For iron we need. We can actually test selenium, which will come in this only. Selenium will come here. Okay. So the first fundamental thing that you can do is a good detailed, at least 60-80 markers in the blood. First, bare minimum you want. You do the blood work. If you want a second layer on top of that, you can do organic acid. If you want third layer on the top of that, you can do microbiome. If you want another layer on that, genetic testing. But first is this. Any patient priority is a blood test because this is a recent picture of the body. What is happening? Second, more detailing, organic. Third, more detailing, microbiome. Fourth is least you want to look at is genetic testing. It gives you reference. You know, this more predisposed to this and all that. But actionables, how much actionables are coming there? Okay. So this, if you Thyrocare, I think 4,000 rupees, 5,000 rupees, any patient, good decent markers will come out. Which one, sir? Well, sir, if anybody is doing hormone therapy, let's say some people are doing T3 therapy. See, first of all, technically, body is deciding when to use, so they make it free or bound form. Okay, so it's body's decision when to make it free or not free. So from our perspective, it really don't matter. But some endocrinologist, functional endocrinologist, they're doing this free T4 to dose T3 and T4. But again, this is like overriding the body. If body has a reduced free form because body is not able to. If normals are fine, then see, it's free T4, T3 is what body is actively using, right? So out of the bound to unbound form, what is that actively freely available to the body? So sometimes this can happen that T4 may be low, but free is enough for that range. That these things we see in the. I don't really test the free T4, T3, so really I don't have much context. We see that sometimes patient brings that data. But for my mind, I don't think it is a really a. Correct, sir. So what I'm saying, if I fix my mitochondria, if I reduce my inflammation, body will increase free form anyway. It's a consequence. If I don't want to fix anything, then I can play with free forms of the as a drug therapy. Is there? So 22 elements is there. One, there's 22 elements which has selenium also, heavy metals also. That is good enough data. So I think that it's a good idea. We can spend some time with the clinic, understand the flow. After that, and then I will get to know what's happening. Then I will be able to add value at different points. Okay, looks like everybody is now quiet. I think you are the senior.
Not business.
I have not met you. So he is asking all the relevant questions. So I know we are on the right track. Just we all has to start asking it.
Whenever it's
Huh.
we are
See, just doesn't matter wrong and right. Just ask it. If I have answer, I tell. If I don't have, or if I don't have, you find answer. ChatGPT will give you some answer, and patience will teach you.
unless we do not bring these things to our well, it's
Correct. Correct.
have to believe the
Correct.
I'm sure if you are telling me that will be doing something.
Correct.
Still, best has to do. I was out of the community for 25 years.
Okay.
And most of my job was in management. When I came back home, there was working many people aspiring in this industry before such you can move only to the city level.
Correct.
I started going to my friends who used to practice in a lot of supplements.
Right.
I'll show you some of their plans.
Sure.
I mean, that is how we got exposed to
Right.
that. I mean, COVID was the best time.
Correct. Correct.
And then you sit in front of the computer and learn how
Yes.
you have to do button, very often.
Correct. Correct.
You have to show yourself, you have to see.
Correct.
So, I mean, that's the time you do.
Yeah.
That is not what we have to talk about.
Correct. Absolutely.
Extreme.
Correct. Also, that it is important. Patient will have more information than doctors, which is already happening.
They have done all research.
Correct. Now, only thing that is on our side is experience and ability to connect dots based on the experience. Else, we cannot keep telling patient don't Google and come. They will Google and come. They will chat GPT and come.
You give them the supplements they go and they will take each ingredient and
Yes.
they'll ask you what why did you do this?
Yeah.
I remember some there's some other something so they have started doing it.
Correct. Yeah. Irrelevant, sir. Correct. Correct. Exactly. So only thing is the emotions, sympathy, and connecting the dots with the story. That will keep us relevant. That is why the doctors are scared of ChatGPT will come, AI will come. They're feeling threatened.
Bill Gates is doctors and users are influenced by AI.
Well, let us see. Iran is threatening their infrastructure now. So tomorrow we'll have neuropathy and infertility. Again, I will not leave you with a protocol. My goal is to help you understand the problem. Protocol you build yourself. That is simple. Else it's a lot of confusion. I tell you one thing, somebody else will tell another thing, then what is right? But when you know the problem, you choose the right. And it's all boils down to mitochondria. Fertility also mitochondria, neuropathy is also mitochondria.
How national institutions of people
Yes.
everyone can practice. That's just not the
Correct. And the group is there for questions. In water. The first is sleep and sunlight. Second is grounding. Third is water. In water, first is the structured alkaline water. The second is expensive water, which is called DDW, deuterium depleted water. That they then reducing the things which are causing a problem to the mitochondria, which is infections, toxins, pesticide things, which anything which can poison the mitochondria. Beyond that is supporting the mitochondria, which is phospholipids, omega-3 fatty acids, B vitamins, lipoic, N-acetylcysteine, glycine. The nutrients the mitochondria uses on a regular basis, either be mitochondrial peptides, like a signal, protein signals, which we can inject and help. SS31, MOTC, like that. Then we can do stem cells, which will donate us. Stem cells will donate mitochondria to our cells. These are the from the basics to the highest. Ultimately, sir. Exactly. See, that is why I said my job is simple. This patient comes, that patient comes. I'm only doing the same thing. Intensity can be different. Now for hydroxide also, we'll do the same thing. We remove what we don't want, we add what we want to start with. Sir. Done, sir. Yes. Yeah. Only thing is that I thought, based on the data, we can certainly evaluate the data and see what is the problem. But when it comes to implementation, we can only do this much. For his age, he may not be happy with so many things also. But we can at least a deuterium water we can start him. There's a supplier in Bangalore also, which can supply to that place. The 20 liters of water they can ship. So we can sit and discuss it. But I want to take a feedback. Is this way of mentoring is useful? Sometimes I know what I know, but I think I know, but that doesn't mean I know. So if it should be sensible, sometimes right.
some of the patient involved
Correct. So probably once in a week, if you prepare one case, these are the problems symptom-wise. These are the test findings which are wrong. This is my explanation to these symptoms based on the test. This is my action plan. If you share that in a document, in that group, I can tell you what is anything more to be done or any additional things you should think on different angles so that we keep poking each other. And if we keep, one case we keep presenting and in the group itself, then we can build on that. We just want to start thinking on various angles. That's all. Correct? Yes. Thank you, sir.